Chapter 023, Dungeon and Peaceful Darkness DCFM, Chapter 023, Dungeon and Peaceful Darkness. I arrived in a big city. I got information about this world beforehand in order to tell Nanami, so I didn't get surprised by this medieval fantasy world cityscape. There are many people of varied races, a weird scent around, and a lot of shouting happening. Energetic and occupied. That was something that wasn't present in that forest. But I wasn't moved by this. Even I myself don't know why I was pulled into a city. Just like how an insect gets pulled in by light, there's something about this city. The presence of darkness. Those are the only words I can find to describe this. If it is here, I can slip into the darkness where gazes don't reach. It was a strange confidence. The city was filled with spirit energy. Is this just how cities with people are like in this world? Humans and monsters have spirit energy. When those gather, it probably creates a place overflowing with energy like this one. I haven't opened my status board once since that time. Not using the map was inconvenient, but I was being stubborn. I put away the album of Nanami in the shadow bag. I am sure I won't be opening it till the day I die. The result of walking while desiring even darker places was that I arrived at what looked like a miscellaneous store. I managed to sell my spirit stones there. I got to sell the wolf spirit stones and the spirit stones of the children monkeys for several tens of silver coins, so I used that money to buy clothes, an overcoat, and a dagger. With just that alone, I wasn't left with much. I don't know what the market price is, so I might have had unfavorable exchanges there. But I don't have the leeway to mind that. I asked for a cheap inn, and stay there. Even the cheapest room was decently expensive. The room was simple and dirty, and the bed was on the wooden floor. And it was basically like a bad excuse of a mattress, but even with that, it has been a while since I have had a bed. I was unaware of it, but I must have been pretty tired. I ended up sleeping surprisingly deeply. I woke up at midnight and took advantage of the darkness to head to the center of the city. The owner of the miscellaneous store said this is a dungeon city. There's a big dungeon at the center of the city, and the resources obtained from there stimulate the market of this city. I could immediately tell where the dungeon was. A cone-shaped giant crystal that's twisted into a spiral, towering at the center of the city. I remember seeing this thing from afar yesterday. It was reflecting the sunlight, sparkling unrestrainedly. It asserted its presence as a landmark to an unbelievable extent. At that time, I didn't even think for a second it was a dungeon though. I would say it is around 80 meters tall. I don't know how it was made, but that crystal might be one big spirit stone. The presence of spirits is abnormal over there after all. This city itself is filled to the brim with the presence of spirits, but I could feel an even denser presence overflowing from the entrance of the dungeon. There's some devices that seem to ban the use of abilities. Most likely because the use of spirit abilities is dangerous in the city. It is pretty difficult to use my dark spirit abilities, but when close to the dungeon, it is actually the contrary, and because it is midnight as well, I felt like the effectiveness will be several times higher. At the root of the crystal, there's a big opening that's the entrance of the dungeon. It must be the type of dungeon that you have to go deeper and deeper underground. The only thing I can see from here are big stairs going down. What lies below is hazy as if the space there is warped. Even with me having night vision I couldn't see further ahead, so the entrance of the dungeon might be a literal entrance to another world. The entrance is big. 30 meters width and 10 meters height. I can easily imagine how gigantic the inside must be. There are a number of people at the entrance of the dungeon, a group that's equipped strictly in a way that seems like they are dungeon explorers. There were 4 men standing with a bonfire at their back that seemed like lookouts. You might need money to enter the dungeon. It would be a pain to be called to a stop. Darkness fog. Hikaru, darkness fog has been raised to tier 4, so I can now adjust the amount of darkness. If I go at full power, I can cover a radius of 10 meters in darkness, but that's depending on the situation. And in most of the cases, it would just stand out negatively. I cover myself in just around a 1-meter radius, and take advantage of the darkness to slip into the dungeon. No one noticed me. This is calming, Hikaru. The inside of the dungeon is filled with spirit energy, and it seems like I can use spirit abilities as much as I want. I walked while using both dark vision and darkness fog together. Maybe because it is a closed space, or because it is a place filled with darkness, most likely both. I couldn't feel the gazes of the viewers. Of course, it must be just my imagination. Right now the viewers are watching me and wishing me to die fast, to die in the dungeon. That must be what they are thinking. But when I am inside the darkness like this, I can forget about those things. My helplessness, my sadness. I can keep them all bottled inside of it. Darkness fog. Hikaru. No one noticed me when inside the darkness. Inside the dungeon with deep darkness, people and monsters don't pay any heed when there's even deeper darkness. That's probably how it works. So this is a dungeon. What a mysterious place. Did someone make it? Hikaru. This dungeon is called the Grand Melchior Dungeon. At this time, I didn't know that each floor is given a name. The first floor is called the Dusk Hades Street. Its strait is so vast, Hikaru. After crossing a narrow path that screamed dungeon, I arrived at a vast space. In this vast space, bigger than a baseball dome, the ceiling was hazy red like the sky at dusk. At the ground there were dilapidated houses made of stone lined up, and I could see something resembling a castle deep in, and the residents living in this city are skeletons. Ha, Hikaru. The skeletons were making peculiar clanking sounds as they moved around. Bare-handed ones that had swords in their hands, big ones, small ones. They came in various shapes and forms, but it seems like this is the city of skeletons. I could see an explorer party that's fighting at around 300 meters away. Can you get spirit stones by defeating skeletons? I have a despairing lack of knowledge. Darkness fog. Hikaru. I cover myself in darkness and slowly approach one skeleton. Darkness fog is a method to impair vision. You can still hear and smell, as long as I don't know how skeletons detect others. The inside of the darkness is not safe. If push comes to shove, I won't hesitate to fight. It is a monster that shows up on the first floor of the dungeon. It shouldn't be that strong. Whichever the case, I have to earn money or I will be penniless in a few days. I got pretty close, but the skeleton didn't react. After I got away for a bit and undid my ability for a moment, it immediately reacted, so there's no doubt its sight has been obstructed by darkness fog. It reacts to sounds even when I am inside the darkness, so I can't lower my guard though. The enemy is a bare-handed skeleton. It doesn't move fast, and it doesn't look that strong. I wasn't aware of it myself, but the me at that time must have been merry about my first dungeon. I didn't feel the gazes of the viewers inside the darkness. That's why I ended up thinking this. Let's try fighting it. Hikaru. Ha ha ha. Ufu. Kayakia. I heard laughing from somewhere far, or maybe right by my ear. Gazes that pierce my whole body. I'm being watched. I could fear the gazes of 1 billion people. The viewers are observing my every movement, my every action, with scorn in their eyes, thinking he is finally going to be doing what an otaku boy would want to do, that he will finally be having his long-desired battle with a monster. Gazes of curiosity. Countless gazes from Earth. I was beginning to feel nauseous. Ufu. Kayakia. Ahaha. I could hear the scorn of the viewers. They are laughing at me. Please defeat them coolly. Hiro-kun. Lol. Want to defeat a skeleton and feel like an overpowered main character? Yuwa. So cool. Lol. BRB. Puking. Umau. I know that all of these are voices coming from my mind, but this isn't just me being delusional here. I am actually being watched by everyone. My every action, The pathetic sight of me fighting, waiting for the moment I get drunk on my first victory. Even though I was trying so hard not to think about it by hiding in the darkness. Darkness fog, Hikaru, I hold back from vomiting, shut into the darkness, and run. Fight? No way. I don't want to be seen. I want them to forget about me. I want my whole existence to disappear. I ran, and by the time I noticed, I had gone down the stairs, and reached the second floor. The second floor was smaller than the first floor, and it was made truly like a dungeon. I went pretty deep inside, and curled up inside the darkness. I saw small humanoid monsters, dog-like monsters, and unlike monsters, but it seems like none of those monsters could find me inside the darkness. If I hide in even deeper darkness within this already dark place, no gazes could reach. Even the voices have stopped now. Ha ha. Hikaru, drip drip. Underground water seemed to be trailing down the walls. It is an old and dirty underground dungeon, for the people who don't have night vision. Exploring this place must be really rough. I stayed curled up there for a while. Monsters that didn't look that strong passed by a number of times, but they just went on without noticing me. The next monster as well, and the next one after that. I could disappear inside the darkness. By being embraced in the darkness for a while, I finally managed to regain my calm. What's that? Hikaru, after several hours, I noticed that. The reason why I didn't notice until now must have been because that's how shaken I was. The small room at the other side that is shaped like a prison had something that was shining dully. I get up. When I approached it, I noticed there were the empty shell of explorers. Crude leather armor, overcoat, leather gloves, leggings, and shoes. The equipment of explorers was lined up on the ground in a way as if it was once worn by someone. There was no corpse anywhere. And at the place where the head would originally be, there's a small red spirit stone just lying there. It is as if the body disappeared into nothingness, and only the spirit stone remained. Did they die? What about the body, Hikaru? I don't know. It might be that in a strange place like a dungeon, strange things happen. The sword is broken, and the armor seems to all be cheap stuff. It must have been a newbie explorer. I placed what was once the equipment of an explorer inside my shadow bag. Corpse rummaging. I have fallen as low as I can. Hikaru, if I can't fight, I have no other way to earn money than to do stuff like this. It was all done inside the darkness. The viewers shouldn't be able to see that. For some mysterious reason, I could accept myself being corrupted. I had no leeway to be considerate for the dead. I have lost my childhood friend, my family, my place to return to, and even my own dignity, so the only thing left for me to lose here is my life. Even so, I will continue living on. That's all I could do right now, and this is how I live my life in the dungeon today. This darkness was comfortable for me. Hiding in the dungeon filled with silence and death, I would strip the equipment from the now voiceless corpses of the explorers, and sell them. That's how I somehow managed to get by in my meals. At the burial chamber that's intimate with death, cloaking myself in darkness, I curl up and hold my breath today as well, so that no one sees me, so that I don't gather the attention of anyone, and so that everyone forgets about me. Chapter 024, Different World Bulletin Board, Country, JPN, C, 6211, 443. Anonymous from Earth. I imagined it, but everyone is having it rough. -444. Anonymous from Earth. The food. The Japanese probably are on the advantageous side in that we are the type that can eat most of anything. -445. Anonymous from Earth. There were too many chosen who would go, I can't eat something like this, and would push the sandwich button. -446. Anonymous from Earth. I feel a bit bad for the ones who can't eat things because of their religion, but I also feel like they are a bit too strict on themselves right now given the situation they are in. -447. Anonymous from Earth. There's pretty tasty looking stuff too. There's also the hygiene issue, so I can't really say for sure it is safe though. Minus 448. Anonymous from Earth. In the end, modern people like us have to go to big cities in the Isekai and buy expensive food. Minus 449. Anonymous from Earth. I didn't imagine there were these many people who can't eat grilled fish. Minus 450. Anonymous from Earth. It might just be an issue of their cooking though. If they had done it near or fridge, they would have eaten it. Probably. Minus 451. Anonymous from Earth. It is apparently turning into a trend to say that's not pig. It just resembles it. Pigs don't exist in isekais to the people that can't eat due to their religion. Minus 452. Anonymous from Earth. Are true. There's no way they are the same. We are talking isekai here. Minus 453. Anonymous from Earth. Spirit stones come out from inside their bodies after all. Minus 454. Anonymous from Earth. Do spirit stones come out from the body of the chosen too? Minus 455. Anonymous from Earth. Most likely. It should be safe to assume that their bodies have been remade to conform to the world they're at the time they were transferred. They are getting powers using points, so their bodies are being modified in real time. Minus 456. Anonymous from Earth. How are the vegetarians doing? Minus 457. Anonymous from Earth. They are maintaining their vegetable diet decently well. There's a good amount of edible plants there after all. Minus 458. Anonymous from Earth. There's an abundance of food. The survival difficulty is a lot lower than I thought. Minus 459. Anonymous from Earth. Most of the ones that got random transferred died though. Minus 460. Anonymous from Earth. That's because they are idiots that jump into danger themselves. Idiots don't survive. It was simply natural selection at work here. Minus 461. Anonymous from Earth. They are beginning at level 1. No matter if you are a warrior, mage, priest, or martial artist, you have to take it slow. Why can't they understand that? Minus 462. Anonymous from Earth. There's no cure for idiocy. Minus 463. Anonymous from Earth. You are all flaming the hell out of them. But you had to use 30 points to avoid the random transfer, so I feel like it can't be helped that they would think there's a chance it will be okay. It seems like 30 points was the bare minimum you could get after all. Minus 464. Anonymous from Earth. It is not like it is assured that you would get thrown into danger. Minus 465. Anonymous from Earth. The reality is that random is chosen by default. And if you want to transfer safely, you had to pay 30 points. Having 30 points and being taken away 30 points feels completely different. Minus 466. Anonymous from Earth. Even Ikakin said that there might be people who ended up with the random transfer because they didn't have enough time to think and were too flustered. Minus 467. Anonymous from Earth. God really is scary. God in the devil. Minus 468. Anonymous from Earth. From the people that seem to have been randomly transferred, only 4 survived, you know? Minus 469. Anonymous from Earth. In just a few days after the transfer, 41 people died already. That's a pretty scary number. I am impressed that Hikaru survived. Minus 470. Anonymous from Earth. There should be a number of lucky people who chose random transfer but were sent to safe places, but we won't know until the person themselves tells us. Minus 471. Anonymous from Earth. In the books distributed to all chosen, it was clearly written there, the most important thing is where you are going to be transferred. If you can choose, make it the highest priority to take safety. On the contrary, why were there that many people who chose random despite that? Minus 472. Anonymous from Earth. By book, do you mean the one that was issued by WHO, the UN, or whatever? -473, Anonymous from Earth. That's right. The Isekai keynotes created by gathering well-informed people. Rumors say even Japanese light novel writers participated in it. -474, Anonymous from Earth. Well, even if you distribute books, there's some who won't read it. -475, Anonymous from Earth. God should publicize where the points were allocated for the chosen already. Damn it. -476, Anonymous from Earth. Totally that. I wanna know the secret to Zhang Chan's strength. -477, Anonymous from Earth. By the way, there's apparently a lot of viewers who have their attention on stuff like the High Heel Scroll and the Rejuvenation Scroll. -478, Anonymous from Earth. It is the dream of humanity after all, greater than rejuvenation. -479, Anonymous from Earth. The high heel is also a dream item. It can even heal lost parts. -480, Anonymous from Earth. I think the option of the chosen returning to this world will appear eventually. When that happens, the important part is whether God will allow souvenirs or not. -481, Anonymous from Earth. If spirit magic can be used here, it would be strong. -482, Anonymous from Earth. We got no spirits, so it would be impossible. -483, Anonymous from Earth. There's no scrolls and spirits, so there's a high chance they won't have any effect here. -484, Anonymous from Earth. That's possible. -485, Anonymous from Earth. If healing magic and scrolls work on the same principles, there's no chance. -486, Anonymous from Earth. What about potions? -487, Anonymous from Earth. Even that could be a concentrated liquid of spirits. There's no knowing. -488, Anonymous from Earth. If it exists in liquid form, can't it at least be possible to affect the body in some way? -489, Anonymous from Earth. We don't know if spirits are harmful for Earthlings, you know? It is an absolute foreign substance, so you could die instantly at worst. -490, Anonymous from Earth. But the chosen are okay. -491, Anonymous from Earth. The theory of the chosen having their bodies remade to adapt to the Isekai is strong. -492, Anonymous from Earth. I can't tell whether this topic is full of hopes and dreams or not. -493, Anonymous from Earth. Who is the chosen you are the most interested in right now? -494, Anonymous from Earth. That's really sudden there. For me, it would be the amnesiac German Superman. -495, Anonymous from Earth. Obviously Hikaru. -496, Anonymous from Earth. Zhan Chan. -497, Anonymous from Earth. Zhan Sama. -498, Anonymous from Earth. The Great Dark Mage Hikaru Kyan. -499, Anonymous from Earth. It got to be Ikakin. -500, Anonymous from Earth. Maximilian Marshal Sama. -501, Anonymous from Earth. The Romanian wins. -502, Anonymous from Earth. Jack Alexander Foxconn. -503, Anonymous from Earth. Watching Zhang Chan really does feel good. A beauty that gives that powerhouse feeling is the best of the best. -504, Anonymous from Earth. That time when Zhang Chan defeated a zombie with a log was crazy exciting. -505, Anonymous from Earth. Her mental strength is on another level too. She doesn't slack on her training either. It is on the level where I am questioning where such a talent like that was slumbering in. -506, Anonymous from Earth. Zhan Chan not showing any interest in spirit abilities is too strong, physically and mentally. -507, Anonymous from Earth. There's theories that say Zhan Chan took the debuff of no affinity with spirit magic. -508. Anonymous from Earth. Seriously? -509. Anonymous from Earth. Having the courage to take something like that in a world where everything is solved with the power of spirits, that's amazing. -510. Anonymous from Earth. When talk about Zhan Chan begins, it just doesn't end, so please bring that talk to her exclusive bulletin board. -511. Anonymous from Earth. Anyways, there are a lot less people than I thought that go to battle. I thought there would be more people who would turn into fighters. -512. Anonymous from Earth. There's a lot of mages though. -513. Anonymous from Earth. Aren't there way too many chosen who get bored of spirit magic as soon as they learn the amount of times they can cast it isn't that high? They lack the spirit to try hard and go the slow and steady route. -514. Anonymous from Earth. In the end, that's what you get when you are not someone who holds admiration towards an Isekai. They have their hands full with just living. -515. Anonymous from Earth. I don't find much amusement in the chosen who became bread store trainees and farmers. -516. Anonymous from Earth. It can't be helped that the viewers would gather at the few bazookas. The large majority of the skills of the chosen are combat-oriented. Rather than the will of God, it is more like the design of the system of God is bad. -517. Anonymous from Earth. When it comes to that, I really gotta respect Ikakin. Even though he is scared shitless, he still braves himself to do battle. -518. Anonymous from Earth. I want Hikaru-kun who is shut in to do his best too. I am sure he would be super strong if he were to fight. His spirit magic is crazy. -519. Anonymous from Earth. Spirit ability. 520. Anonymous from Earth. You guys all talking about battles being the best, but you are all watching the Euro channels too, right? -521. Anonymous from Earth. Of course. It would be rude not to. -522. Anonymous from Earth. So cool, not. -523. Anonymous from Earth. I remembered this after the talk about food, but it seems like you can survive even after eating a spirit stone. -524. Anonymous from Earth. The only one who would do that would be the Indonesian monk. Chapter 025. Cheap in and prostitute. I lined up the contents of the bulky coin bag on top of the table of the cheap inn that's full of holes. The 20th of October 2028. Hikaru. 28 small silver coins. I try my best to use all the copper coins, so I would say I have around 10 of those in a different coin bag. I should pay for the cost of next week's stay, and for the food and everything else. I can barely manage at my current pace. Hikaru. It has been around 10 days since I came to this dungeon city. I have no leeway at all in money. I am diving into the dungeon every day for the sake of my livelihood, but even though there are times when I come out with a profit, there's also times when I come with no profit at all or a minus. It on average is a plus, but for a job that has dangers involved, the returns are low. I may be selling the equipment of the dead explorers, but it is not like I find those the whole time. Most of it came from the spirit stones that would be dropped there every now and then. Maybe because the one buying it from me is from the black market. I feel like they are buying them for cheap, but it can't be helped. I am still in a state of mind where I can't proactively interact with others. There's also the option of leaving the inn and renting a room though. Hikaru. That method should be better in the long term. This is a city of explorers. There should be apartments for explorers. But even if I were to actually rent one, me staying in an inn right now is most likely helping me omit a lot of extra steps. For food, there's as many food carts as needed, but there's also washing my clothes, preparing the hot water, and furniture. I might have to pay a security deposit first before I can rent a room. Putting it as an objective sounds like an idea, but it sounds difficult in my current situation. Also, I don't have a reason to actively pursue living alone. More importantly, I have to earn more. Hikaru. In the end, it is all about money. I can't survive without money. It would be another story if I could have a self-sufficient life, but I didn't choose that. I decided to live in the darkness. Status open. Hikaru. When I say this, a half-transparent window like those of a computer game appeared in front of me. Since coming to this city, I have only been checking the status board once every few days, even though I want to forget about Earth. No, that's why I couldn't go against the desire of knowing whether the real-time viewers have decreased. I could get a variety of information from the status board. A number of entries have increased since the time the Ice Kite transfer started. Real-time viewers, 42 million. Total views, 6,280,000,000. Favorited, 1,460,000,000. Total crystals obtained, 49. Total points obtained, 7. Number of chosen, 723 1,000ths. Crystals in possession, 21. Points in possession, 5. My number of viewers has decreased quite a lot compared to before. Even so, the number is still really high. I have spent almost all my time in the darkness for several days, or if I am not, I would just be sleeping in the inn. There has been nothing interesting going on. That's how it should have been. Damn it. Hikaru, there's still 40 million viewers. It is like this even in real time. I am going over 1 billion views even now on the constant. It seems like more than 200 of the chosen have died, so the attention gathering to the ones that are still alive must be increasing because of this. Just the act of surviving alone is increasing the attention I gather. I close the window and sigh. Well, even with that, there have been results. Let's do this slowly, Hikaru. No matter how I live, I don't think my current lifestyle is fine. So I say, but I can't find anything to pursue life proactively. I don't want to use my points and crystals as much as possible. I can also exchange points for cash, but I don't want to do that. You could say this is a bit of a rebellious spirit towards the god that cornered me into this situation. I will sleep for today and think about the future tomorrow, Hikaru. It may be a cheap inn, but a private room is expensive. There's the option of sleeping together with others in a cheap big room, but that's impossible for me. There's the side that I am worried about the eyes of others, and there's also the side of that room being a gathering of rowdy big men. I would rather sleep outdoors than sleep in that big room. Normally, a private room for an explorer of my level is too soon. Moreover, using a private room by yourself instead of with your party would normally be done by explorers on mid-rank, or you would have to be a weirdo. You could say this is my only luxury in this parallel world and my selfishness. Even now, I still feel gazes on me when I come out from the dungeon. I feel as if the laughs resonate from somewhere. Even so, I still have to survive tomorrow and the day after. I burrow myself into my bed. Despite being a cheap inn, it is still a plenty enough comfortable bed. The mattress is filled up with a mix of cotton-like, hair-like, feather-like, and straw-like stuff. I feel like insects could come out at any moment from this, but I put my confidence in poison resistance and disease resistance, and decided to not worry about it. Let's wake up at midnight and dive into the dungeon again, Hikaru. I think this with my hazy mind, set the alarm, and close my eyes. Just when I was at the point where I was going to fall asleep, knock knock, the sound of knocking interrupted my sleep. There's no person who would come ask for me. If there is, it would be a worker of the inn. You have to pay in advance, so there should be no issues. I squeeze out strength to pull myself up, and open the creaking door. Oh my Tilda, you are quite cute. Are you alone? The one standing there was a red-haired woman with alluring red clothes that I could only call thin. There was someone like this working at the inn? I am alone. Hikaru, I see. Then, you have a room all for yourself? Your body is clean as well. Are you maybe a rich boy from a good household? The woman glares all over my body as if analyzing me, or as if appraising me. And then, she takes one step closer. How about it? One night. You are a new customer, so I will make it cheap. At first, I didn't understand what she meant. The woman bent her body seductively as she waited for my answer, but I couldn't even speak. One night? Make it cheap, right? If it is you. I am fine with 2 silver coins. One more step. She closed the distance to me and smiled bewitchingly. The woman didn't clearly say who she was, for what reason she is here, and what the 2 silver coins are for. In other words, it is something that she doesn't have to say out loud to understand. She is a beauty. Her hair hanging down from her back was slightly wavy, and her body below her thin clothes were different from a man's. They were fascinating and curvaceous to the point that my eyes ended up gravitating there. I have never had a girlfriend before. That's normal for a first-year high schooler, but I had no other female friend aside from Nanami, and we had more of a sibling relationship. My 2 little sisters are 3 years apart from me. Their brains are on a different dimension, but when at home, they're complete mischievous children. I wouldn't really say that's the reason why, but I am lacking in experience to deal with a situation like this. I could just refuse her flatly. That's all I need to do, and yet, I am letting out pathetic noises and getting flustered. I have never had a moment with a woman where I have been at such a short distance our noses might touch. That's why, even when the woman grabbed my right wrist, I could only stand there allowing her to do as she wished. And then, she pushed my hand to her breast just like that. Anne, how is it? I am pretty confident, you know? It was as if a bolt had run through my body. That softness that I haven't experienced before, on top of the warmth of a person that I haven't felt for so long, was shaking my brain. Foo-foo. You don't have experience, huh? So cute. With my hand still pushed on her breast, she closes in with her body to the point that we were practically hugging, her breath brushing my cheek. The warmth of a living human I can feel with my whole body. I am most likely standing completely vertical like a statue, my face is red like a tomato, and I must be showing a pretty pathetic sight, right? It was the moment I could clearly view myself calmly. Ahaha. Kayakia. I heard laughing. At the same time as that, I felt piercing gazes of curiosity. People from around the world are watching me. How I, the person that killed his childhood friend, am on the verge of falling to the wiles of a nice Kai prostitute. They are looking forward to it. 1 billion viewers are. How I get all overwhelmed by the temptations of the prostitute. How I get all the silver coins from my purse pathetically taken away. How I would get all entranced in her breasts. How I would finish in an instant and let out a dry laugh with a red face. Let go. Hikaru, Kaya. I suddenly pushed her away. She fell on her butt to the outside of the door. I felt bad about that and hesitated for an instant there, but I closed the door and secured the bolt lock. Huh? You broke, virgin. I heard the sound of the door being kicked together with insults, and then I heard the stomping footsteps of the prostitute leaving. Kuzukasu. Ahahaha. The light leaking from the corridor was gone, and the room was now closed inside darkness. Someone was laughing at me. They were laughing, saying you were acting like a lone wolf, but you actually yearned for the warmth of others. Huh. I'd yearn for it. Those are my true feelings. I didn't have the resolve at all. I am 15 years old, a student that hasn't even properly thought about his future. And here I am, in a parallel world where I don't know anyone. There's no way I wouldn't feel lonely. You. Damn it. Damn it. Hikaru, I felt as if my true feelings that I had hidden within the darkness have been exposed, and I felt tears welling up. Even this sight of mine must be a joyful moment for the viewers. Even my crying face will be consumed as content. The more I think about that, the more my tears flowed. Why? Stop it. Damn it. Damn it. Hikaru, I don't like this. These feelings are my own. There's no way people who are just watching from the outside with their safety assured would be able to understand these feelings. I don't want them to make faces as if they understand me. Then, I am fine with them holding that misunderstanding. I prefer that over being understood. It is several times better. Darkness fog. Hikaru. My spirit energy changes to a fog of darkness, and it covers my body. The room where light can't reach was now covered in complete darkness. Inside the darkness is the only space where I can feel safe. Darkness. My complaints, my tears, my weakness. Please mask them all. Chapter 026, Day and Catfolk. The next day, I didn't feel like doing anything. I stayed shut in for a whole day at the inn. I don't want to meet anyone. I am scared of being involved with people. The only way I could think of to fight against enemies that simply direct attacks to my spirit from a safe place is to hide in the darkness and stay put. By blending with the darkness, I could disappear from this world. Those eyes don't reach here. The next morning, after spending a whole day in peace and emptiness, I woke up from the sudden announcement that rang in my head. Chosen. Today a new method to obtain points will be provided. You can now do points loan and re-random transfer. The point loan can allow a max of 3 points in advance, and the re-random transfer will present you 10 points for the danger it entails. On top of that, you can choose the one that shall be loved. Please go ahead and use them at your own discretion. I see. It must be like a rescue system for chosen who don't have any points. It doesn't have anything to do with me though. There are probably idiots who would use the random transfer. As expected of God. How crafty. When I opened the wooden window, a soft wind caressed my cheeks. A clear morning. Even when I pass my time doing nothing, my stomach rang. I was feeling appalled by how unreasonable living is, but I can't choose death. When I opened the status board, I saw that my real-time viewers had lowered to around 10 million. These viewers probably just have this stream on their screen in the case something happens, and are not constantly watching it. I think. As for my daily life, they do hear some slight noises, but only the contours of the room should be visible from the darkness. But on the other hand, if there's movement, that information will spread, and the viewers will increase in an instant. I can easily imagine that's the kind of viewing style that has been popularized. I can't lower my guard. So I say, but if I stay like this, I am going to end up penniless and driven out from the inn. Hikaru. I can't let myself drop to that point. I lift my heavy body. The city in the early morning is lively. It is completely opposite to the dead city late at night. I don't really want to go out when it is too bright outside, but I gotta secure food while it is still bright outside. There's practically no establishments open at night. But it can also be said that almost all stores and food carts are open from early morning, so I can secure my food more easily. This really is an isekai. Hikaru. Big people, small people, cat-like people, dog-like people, pointy-eared people. Truly a melting pot. If not for my current situation, I would be surprised by this parallel world that's completely different from mine, showed interest in a lot of things, and might have had fun. But the current me is seeing everything gray. A Japanese person with black hair and black eyes stands out in an isekai. It is a common setting in the novels I have read before, but it looks like I don't really stand out here. Thanks to this, I don't gather much attention and can buy food at the carts. If it is normal everyday life stuff like this, the viewers shouldn't be paying much attention. There might be chosen in this city, but the chances of meeting them should be low. I am not one of the original chosen, so there's zero chance they would know of me. I swiftly buy food and leave the morning market as if running away. I am now not good at dealing with places where there are a lot of people, or maybe I am now scared of people. At daytime I coop up in the inn, and at night I leave the inn. At the entrance of the dungeon there would always be 4 soldier-looking people serving as lookouts. It would be difficult to sneak in at daytime, but if it is at night, there's no problem. Darkness fog. Hikaru. At the inn, The channeling of the ability is bad, and it takes my all to fill that room with darkness, but when I am close to the dungeon, it instead channels way too well. So I say. But too much darkness is unnatural. I covered myself in darkness for a radius of around 2 meters and slipped into the dungeon. I rushed through the first floor with darkness still around me and headed to the second floor. The second floor is perfect for corpse scavenging. Monsters appear in groups. Strong-looking monsters show up too. You can easily come here from the first floor. It is easier to get lost compared to the first floor. These are the special traits it has, and it is the conditions to wipe out explorers easily. It has been 10 days since I have come to this city. I come here almost every day, but I would find dead people at least once every 3 days. To be more precise, what might be dead people? There's just an empty husk of their possessions. That's why I didn't feel any resistance in scavenging those. Of course, it is not like I can check the whole second floor, so there might be more deaths every day than what I see. In that case, just how many lives has this dungeon claimed? I still haven't seen an actual moment where explorers get wiped out, but it should be a matter of time before that happens. I walk through the dungeon while making sure not to let my darkness fog run out. The monsters in this floor seem to be incapable of detecting my presence inside the darkness, so I can walk as I please as long as my ability is active. I can earn money from getting the equipment of the dead, but there's a lot of times when spirit stones would just be lying there. I get a decent earning from picking those up. There were times when I would meet explorers, but I would just use darkness to avoid them. Hey, what's the point of a scout not going ahead? Go check things out already. I am sorry Naya, but my leg is injured. That's because you are not wearing shoes. Shoes? Good grief, you are useless. Oi, that's enough. Let's just leave her. No way. If you leave me in a place like this. They are a party I see every so often. Looks like the scout beastkin is injured and can't walk. We are hiring you to be a scout, you know? If you are going to be of no use, of course you would be discharged, dismissed, fired. See you. The 3 explorers go ahead further and further with torch in hand and leave the cat beastkin. The beastkin also drags her feet so to not be left behind. But it looks like that won't work. Geez, what are they doing, Hikaru? The cat beastkin must have given up. She began to cry in place. It may be the second floor, but you still need to walk several hundreds of meters to reach the first floor. It would be impossible to get out without meeting a single monster. Even if she gets to the first floor, it is not like the first floor is safe. Damn it, Hikaru. I couldn't take the choice of abandoning her. If it had been a human, I might have ignored them, but a cat beastkin is truly as if a cat had begun walking on 2 legs. I think the feeling of protecting her must have welled up because of that. I opened the status board and used 5 crystals to buy a potion. The potion for 1 crystal says it only works on scratches, so it is the 5 crystals one. From what I see, it isn't that deep of an injury. There should be no need for a scroll. Use that. Hikaru. I placed the potion by the feet of the beastkin while still hidden in the darkness. Who is it? Naya, potion? You apparently just have to pour it onto the injured area. Hikaru. I have never used a potion. The stamina potion and the spirit energy potion were oral medicines, but the ones that deal with injuries are apparently the type that you need to apply directly on the wound. That's what was written in the description. When the cat beastkin used the potion, her cut leg or more like, the wound at her paws slowly stopped bleeding. It looks like it doesn't suddenly close it up completely, but a few bandages should be good enough for this. This is an intermediate or higher potion. I can't pay for this Nyan. The cat beastkin says this as she covered her ears. Could it be that she is unexpectedly strict in repaying a debt? It is something I did on my own volition. No need for money. Hikaru. Why Nyan? Then what should I do? What should she do? Nothing, really. I simply couldn't bear to look at this and helped her out. Right. Well, for now, let's get out. Or are you going to continue adventuring alone? Hikaru. No. It would be impossible for me to get out of the Hungry Beasts underground prison now. Even the first floor would be questionable. Is Hungry Beasts underground prison the name of the second floor? This one. Judging from her voice, she is a woman. It seems like it might be a good idea to get information about this dungeon from her. Got bandages? We will move after we treat your wound. Hikaru. It seems she at least had the minimum required things. The cat beastkin sticks a gauze and wraps the affected area with bandages. Can you walk? Hikaru. With this, I should be okay now. Then, I will have you accompany me for a bit. Follow me. Hikaru. I spread the darkness and took her hand. Naya. It is pitch dark Naya. She suddenly got surprised like a cat, so even I was surprised. Anyways, we won't be meeting monsters while we are inside the darkness. Quiet. We are going back to the first floor for now. Hikaru. Naya tilde. I pulled the hand of the cat beastkin and headed to the first floor. I don't know if there's no risk though, but she is even working as a scout, so she should know in detail about the dungeon. This is my chance to learn more about this mysterious dungeon directly from the mouth of someone else. Chapter 027, Great Spirit Dungeon and Trash Cleaning. After passing by the side of a number of monsters, we went up the stairs to the first floor. The first floor is structured like a city, so there's a lot of rooms that no one comes to. It should be fine here. I would like to ask you a few questions as the price for that potion. Is that okay? Hikaru. Naya. I don't mind that. Anai-san. Are you a spirit user? I haven't seen an ability like this before. Are dark spirit abilities rare? Hikaru. In the point exchange, fire, earth, water, light, and darkness had the same price. I don't think darkness is especially rare or anything though. I don't think there's any around Naya. I have seen a number of light users every now and then though. Maybe it is just me not knowing about it Naya. Can't really say for sure. Fumu. In that case, would it be better not to show my abilities that much? As someone who wants to avoid standing out, this is information I am glad to have stumbled upon. I asked the questions I wanted to know from the cat beastkin while maintaining the darkness, and the cat beastkin seemed to be unexpectedly knowledgeable. She told me about a variety of things. Putting it all together. First, the dungeon. A dungeon is a warp-in space that is born at the center of a location where more than 3 great spirits are gathered at and positioned in a certain manner. And this city had a pretty big dungeon that was made by gathering 4 types of great spirits. On top of that, because a dungeon city has great spirits, chances of an invasion are lower and it is safe. That's why people would gather from the surrounding settlements, and it would steadily get bigger. Then, that means there's great spirits in this city. Hikaru. There's the fire, water, wind, and earth great spirits armors Naya. My objective is to save money and make a contract with the wind great spirits armor Naya. Hikaru. I knew there was a method for someone to be able to use spirit abilities in this world, and it seems that method is to make a contract with a great spirit. Well, that's already none of my business. And I've got no good memories of a great spirit, so let's not get close to one. What was that about the Hungry Beasts underground prison you were talking about before? Hikaru. The name of the second floor Nyan. I don't know who was the one who gave the name, but that's what it is called. Then, what about the first floor? Hikaru. The Dusk Hades Street. They are probably taking the traits just like that and turning them into names. Is it easier to understand than calling them first floor and second floor? I can't really tell. And so, why were you barefooted? Hikaru. I had that question on the tip of my tongue and ended up asking, did she not have the money to buy shoes? A scout might erase the sound of their footsteps or there's no point. But the second floor is dark. So there's times when one can get cut my things on the ground. Ah, So it was to erase the sound of your footsteps, huh? Hikaru. Of course, it must also be in part because she is a cat beastkin, but whichever the case it is, the fact that cutting your feet means the end for you just doesn't sound like it is worth the trade. Well, she must be going barefooted while still understanding this, so there's no need for me to say it out loud myself. You should properly choose the people you team up with from now on. You simply were lucky I was around that time. Hikaru. We are hired scouts, so we are not in a position where we can choose our customers. What a harsh world. Hikaru. It is to the point that you suddenly get dismissed in the middle of a dungeon, so I could tell she had a low position, but even if that's the case, that's just cruel. This time around she was saved by me coincidentally passing by. Cat beastkin being sacrificed like that might actually be an everyday thing. After that, I heard information about dungeon exploration from her. It was apparently basic knowledge that you must have before entering a dungeon, so she was surprised I didn't know anything at all. It might be lucky of me that I managed to get this information while not revealing myself. I managed to avoid standing out as being strangely ignorant. Info like people only leave spirit stones and their bodies disappear when they die in a dungeon. How spirit energy tends to become a spiral and goes underground in a dungeon. And how monsters get stronger the lower the floor is. The fact that monsters show up in dungeons. Monsters are different from animals in that they are beings that have taken form from spirit energy. About the fact that monsters don't leave a body and only leave a spirit stone. However, monsters that come out from dungeons gain flesh and can become monstrosities. Explorers sell spirit stones to earn money. The excavation of spirit stones is managed by the country. The explorers are mostly in charge of the excavation of spirit stones. It was mostly information I could assume was the case. But being able to check answers here is important. But not knowing things like this. Are you not an explorer, Unai-san? Secret. Hikaru. I see. Then, you might not know this either, so I will be telling you this as well. Even if someone finds a treasure, you definitely must not take it away from them now, she said with a slightly strong tone. Taking away treasure? Is it that much of a taboo? Is it an issue of ethics? Treasures are something that are given to a specific explorer. It is said that Lilimoth won't forgive the ones who have stolen those Naya. Who is Lilimoth? Hikaru. A divine beast Nyan. In other words, the treasures one gets in a dungeon are something that a divine beast gives to the explorer themselves. It is apparently okay to give them to others after getting out of the dungeon, but doing so inside the dungeon is dangerous. This taboo has spread quite a lot, and there's apparently almost no one who has seen a divine beast show up though. Got it? Well, I haven't seen a treasure, but I will be careful. Hikaru. A treasure is round in the dungeon, and when you get out, it turns into its true form Naya. You will be able to tell as soon as you see it. Is that so? Hikaru. There's the chance I might have found a treasure while scavenging corpses, but if she says it is shaped like a ball, then I just got to avoid that. I heard quite the important information, so I escorted her to the entrance of the dungeon. See you. Don't get injured again, okay? Hikaru. What's the matter? Is there still something else? Hikaru. I am grateful. The link's grateful. Can you please tell me your name? Grateful. No. We probably won't see each other anymore. Don't tell anyone you met me, okay? Hikaru. I don't know what might happen, so I am at least going to keep her from saying anything. I didn't get out of the darkness even once since meeting Grateful, so she hasn't seen how I look. She won't be finding me with just my voice alone. My earnings today are still 0. I turn back and head to the second floor. No. To the Hungry Beasts underground prison. Now that I look closely. There certainly is a lot of trash here. Hikaru. Staying in place while inside the darkness is fine and all, but now that I think about it, the viewers can't see inside the darkness. In that case, That means they won't know what I am doing inside of it. Remembering the pitiful sigh of Grateful having her leg injured, I somehow ended up beginning to clean the things that were on the ground. Stuff like the fragments of equipment, pointy stones, and splinters were lying around here and there. There's also spirit stones laying around every now and then, but those were things that explorers forgot to pick up after defeating monsters, or were left behind because they couldn't find it in the darkness. For someone like me who has night vision and dark vision, this is important income. Even though the air is filled with death, there's no bones lying around. In a place where people and monsters turn into stones when they die, it might be hard for bones to exist. In the first floor, the Dusk Hades Street, the skeletons turn into stones when they die, so it is not like bones are left behind. The shadow bag is handy at moments like this, Hikaru. There's no need to gather them with my hands. If I open the shadow bag below the junk, it gets stored by itself. I have been finding spirit stones at a decent pace, so it might not be bad as a part-time job. While I was walking for a while, I found the shadow of what were once explorers. Karma, Hikaru. The explorers that left Grateful and went ahead have all turned into spirit stones. They were most likely avoiding the dangerous monsters when they hit a scout. When they move ahead without one, this is what happens. There must be quite the mastery in order to come to this floor with only 3 people. The biggest group I have seen until now was a group of 20 monsters. I silently store their belongings and their spirit stones. My condolences for dying, but 3 people's worth of belongings is big. Also, if I think about them being the bunch that abandoned their comrade, I can escape the guilt. On that day, I didn't find any other explorers that died aside from them. I spent almost all my time walking around cleaning the dungeon, and I think it has gotten pretty clean, if I say so myself. It was weird of me to find this fun. I left the dungeon before the sun rose. I headed to the morning market, and after filling up my stomach a bit, I returned to the inn and slept. Chapter 028. Black Market and What Was Once Human. You again, huh? What brings you here today? This store was in a pretty secluded location even within the alleyway. At the time when I arrived in this city, my finding this store was practically a coincidence. But since then, I have been using this place when I want to sell things. This is probably a place that people with scars use all the time. It was convenient for me since the old man doesn't try to pry into my matters and just buys my things straight away. As for how much he buys it for, as you can tell already, I don't know the market price, so I don't really care that much about it. I am calling it the black market myself, but I don't know if it is the black market or not. There's quite a bit more today, Hikaru. As I said this, I lined up the things that I got from the explorers. 1 longsword and 2 daggers, leather breastplate, leather hat, and a roughly made gauntlet. From my experience until now, all the explorers that died in the 2nd floor had similar equipment. The people that normally shouldn't be coming to the 2nd floor were pushing themselves and would end up dying. That's the kind of impression it gave me. Even this kind of equipment is a demand by newbies. I will buy it. I would say it will all be for 30 small silver coins. No problem, Hikaru. Each head is around 10 small silver coins. It is pretty sad when you see it as the price of a life. By the way, a small silver coin can be exchanged to a silver coin at a rate of 8 for 1 silver coin. A silver coin is normally way too much for a regular lifestyle, so it is rarely used. It would be another story if you were to make a big purchase, but it is possible to go about your life as long as you have small silver coins and copper coins. Also. This. Hikaru, after receiving the 30 small silver coins, I take out the spirit stones left by their dead bodies on the counter. Until now, I have been keeping the stones that the corpses left, so this is the first time I sell them. For me, who doesn't really find this world bright, the meaning of these stones that were left by the dead at the end is unknown to me. I could have asked Grateful yesterday, but I forgot. That's why I decided to see how the old man reacts here. Stones, huh? They are small. Are they stones of skeletons? No, they aren't. They were left by explorers. I don't know how to deal with this stuff. Hikaru, I decided to be honest here. I don't think it is unlawful to take the stones of the dead, but it wouldn't be strange for there to be a custom of burying them in the proper place. Explorers, huh? Judging from the size, I would say they were newbies. Well, no problem here. I will buy them. There really is no problem? Hikaru, the people themselves must understand this as well. With them doing a job like being explorers and all. Is there nothing like bringing these stones back to their parents or burying them at graves? Hikaru, well. It is not like there aren't people like that. But there's no need for explorers to worry about that. More so for people who die at the first floor or second floor. They are all people who don't have anywhere to go to begin with anyways. A difference in values. For example, in Japan, it is mostly cremation, so almost no one questions it. But in Europe and America, there's apparently people who would go burning corpses is unbelievable. That's why I thought there would be practices like those in this world, like burying the spirit stones in graves or something, but looks like that isn't the case. I can't do much with stones of this size though. Even so, by using it as energy, it circulates to the world, and their souls are purified. Well, I am just retelling what others told me. I see. Hikaru, to think you would be bothered by stuff like this. You are a peculiar one. This city is filled with outsiders, but you stand out from the rest. Well, you are a good customer for me though. Saying this, the old man laughed and placed one small silver coin. If it were like the spirit stones you brought me before, they would have gone for a decent amount of coin despite being pure. As for today's stones, this is as much as they are worth. The spirit stones vary in size even among people. Hikaru, challenging dungeons is basically changing yourself into a monster or a monstrosity after all. I see. That much is enough. Hikaru, thanks for your patronage. I tried to avoid asking too many questions, but I managed to hear important stuff. In the end, there's no distinction between the spirit stones of people and monsters. At the very least, it can't be differentiated by their appearance. In this world, people and monsters might be basically the same beings. The spirit stones that were once people were thrown into the same haphazard bag the old man had. Small spirit stones, especially the transparent ones, are worth little. For skeletons, you have to defeat 10 in order to finally get a small silver coin. I see. It is because the first floor doesn't give that much earnings that everyone ends up heading to the second floor. Hikaru, by the way, if you brought the equipment of explorers, that means there should have been identifications, right? What happened to them? Identifications? Do you mean this? Hikaru, I take out the bluish metal name tags from my pocket. Necklaces that would almost always be dropped close to the corpses of explorers. I could instantly tell at a glance that these are to show the affiliation of the people and their own information. If not for the old man pointing this out, I was thinking of ignoring it though. That if you bring them to the guild, they will buy them. Well, a tag from bronze people would only be worth around a few copper coins though. Is that guild he mentions the place that manages the explorers? Whichever the case, I don't really want to approach that place. Then, please buy these too. It is fine to buy them cheaply. Hikaru, huh? Looks like you've got quite your circumstances, huh? Well, fine. If we include the extra work, it would be around one small silver coin. That helps me greatly. Hikaru, honestly speaking, if IDs can be turned into money, the next time, I won't pick them up and drop them tastefully at easier to find places. That way, other people can pick them and take them to the guild. Anyways, with this, I have managed to secure my lodging fee for a while. I put the money I got into the shadow bag at a place where no one can see, and head to the dungeon. It is a plain and dark livelihood, but the current me finds this comfortable. Chapter 029, Observation and Explorer Party. There was a question I had in the days I was shut in at the dungeon. I would see explorers every now and then while I was cooped in the dungeon. Well, that's natural. In a dungeon, there's a lot of monsters, but also a lot of explorers. But the problem is time. The times I would be in the dungeon would be when the sun is done, at night only. Before the sun rises up, I have already left the dungeon and gone back to the inn. In that case, when do these people sleep? Are they trying to avoid fighting for the monsters with others by exploring at night? The possibility is there, but the dungeon is big, and I can't imagine there being that many explorers to the point they would have to fight over the monsters. Even now, there was a group with decent gear passing close to me who was hiding in the darkness. Are they also exploring at this hour? Hikaru, it is currently 8 p.m. Are they a nocturnal group? I take distance and decide to tail them. I am lacking in information about how the other explorers act in a dungeon. I have a decent layout of the Hungry Beasts underground prison that is the second floor inside my head. Even if there's quite a bit of distance from them, I won't be losing them. Even on the off chance that they notice me, I can just run away. I have seen a number of explorer parties until now, but the one I am following right now is a party of 6. They give me the impression of being quite solid. 3 warriors, 1 scout, 1 spirit user, and the last one is a porter. First, the scout. In this dungeon, almost all parties have a scout, and maybe because of a race advantage, it would always be a cat beastkin. Is that grateful? Hikaru, bluish striped fur, with a small sword at her waist that feels as if it would break instantly, and with her only piece of armor being a leather chest armor. I am relieved to see that she has safely gone back to her explorer business. More precisely, her scout business. It seems like this time around she was hired by a decently strong party. Putting it in another way, even veteran-looking parties hire scouts. Why are scouts so important? Even someone like me who hasn't fought once can tell. It is because fighting in an advantageous situation against advantageous enemies is the basics of dungeon exploration. If there's a strong-looking monster or a group that they can't deal with, the only choice is to run. The one that makes that judgment is the scout. The job of a scout can be taken by a human too, but a cat beast can most likely do something similar to blending in the darkness like me. The warrior is holding a torch in one hand, and is equipped with a long sword, shield, and chain mail. Quite the powerful sight. I can tell how strong an explorer is just by looking. The newbies at the first floor can't even have leather armor, and would instead run with armor that looks like they tied up wood boards with iron wires, and would wield handmade clubs when doing battle against skeletons. There's an ogre there. The type with an axe equipped. Grateful found a suitable monster and came back. An ogre, huh. If it is one, we can do it, right? It should serve to loosen up our shoulders. What should we do about abilities? If it gets bad, using one individually should be okay. Got it. After finishing a simple discussion, they began to move ahead. Ogres are big men that walk around in groups of 1 or 2, and they would be holding weapons, or are barehanded. I honestly think the difficulty changes quite a lot depending on if it has a weapon or not, but those kinds of parts are detected beforehand by the scout. This time's ogre is the weapon holding one. They hold a fearsome axe in one hand. If you get hit directly by something like that, it could easily split a human in 2. The 3 warriors lunge at it before it notices them. The woman that seems to be the spirit user and the porter boy were on standby. The boy is ready with a dagger, but it doesn't look like he would be able to be a match against that ogre. Grateful seems to be in charge of keeping an eye out on the surroundings. The 3 warriors were fighting with great teamwork. They were skillfully avoiding the swung axe of the ogre with hit-and-run tactics, and were piling up damage slowly and steadily. but one of the warriors was hit on the arm by the axe of the ogre and had to withdraw from the front lines. It seems to be a shallow cut, but they won't be able to properly use a longsword with that. Damn it, I'm using an ability. Please do. Take this. Gravel mist. The remaining warriors gather their spirit energy, create sand or gravel around the ogre, and make them float. The small particles must have entered suddenly into the ogre's eyes. He suddenly covered his face in pain. It is super plain, but eyes are clear weak points. It is a valid option. Earth spirit abilities. This is the first time I see others using abilities. Hikaru. It is most likely an ability that's equivalent to Dark Mist, but it is quite practical. You could say Dark Mist is pretty plain compared to this. Anyways, a decisive opening was created with the ability. After that, the two warriors raised battle cries from their respective directions, thrusted their long swords, and the battle finished. I see, so spirit abilities are strong, Hikaru. It is weird for me to say when I can't do anything without my dark spirit abilities, but I didn't think it would be possible to create such a decisive opening with the spirit ability that's most likely the first one you learn. The one that the warrior used must have been the Revelation of Earth. Well, I have been using the Revelation of Darkness, that is Darkness Fog, the whole time, so even though it may be an initial ability, it might also be a special technique. Alright. It is an Earth Spirit Stone. With this size, we can get 1 silver coin. The warriors pick up the loot that is the Spirit Stone. When the monster died, the body disappeared, and turned into only the Spirit Stone. You don't need to dig out the stone from the body every single instance, so that's convenient. How is it going there? With this much, I should be able to deal with it. Healing water. The spirit user girl casts her healing ability on the injured arm of the warrior. So this one is water spirit abilities. Water apparently has healing abilities. Her not participating in battle must be because she is the healer of the party. It wasn't instant, but the opened cut slowly closed. It might have a somewhat similar effect to the potion I gave to Grateful before. Catch. Don't go dropping it, okay? Oh, okay. Warrior gives the spirit stone to the porter boy. I see. Only 3 of the 6 are actual combatants. The remaining ones are backup. This is pretty educational. After that, the explorer party advanced while avoiding the monsters, and at times they would fight against easy-looking enemies as they went deeper and deeper. Alright, let's camp here for today, and we will finally be exploring the 3rd floor tomorrow morning. Okay? Alright. The lookout will be in shifts. Is that fine? I can't do anything, so I will keep watch all night. Looks like they are going to be camping right by the side of the stairs going down to the 3rd floor. I see. It is not like they are exploring at night. They are reaching this point at night, and will begin their exploration of the 3rd floor in a perfect state. That seems to be the plan, you idiot. As if we can leave the job of a lookout to a half-baked guy. Just obediently sleep so that you can keep up with us tomorrow. The porter boy really is a newbie explorer. It might be that they are having a rookie gain experience by having them be a luggage carrier for our veteran party. Well, if they die, the boy dies as well, so you could say it is a high-risk high-return job for the boy. No. Exploration itself is a high-risk high-return job. I have been watching them from the darkness even after they began camping. The crackling sounds of the open fire. At times monsters would appear far away, but I would secretly use Shadow Runner to lead them away. Looks like monsters don't get that close to the area around the stairs. Even after 5 hours, only around 3 monsters appeared. They were most likely camping close to the stairs because they were relying on this trait. I think they are a good party. I don't know if Grateful has been hired temporarily or has joined their party permanently, but thinking about the 3 others that died a karma death, I would consider this party as a jackpot. If possible, I would want everyone to return alive. Just a little before the sun went up, the explorer party got up and went down to the 3rd floor. Wait. You are leaving the trash? Hikaru. The explorer party left behind lots of stuff like scraps of food, the embers of firewood, the things used to maintain their equipment, and a lot of other things. Ha, so that's why there's so much trash. Let's clean up, Hikaru. I collected the trash that was left by them, and hurriedly left the dungeon. If it isn't before morning, it gets harder to get out by hiding in the darkness. Chapter 030. Exclusive Chosen Bulletin Board JPN, number 1000, Kurose Hikaru, 1766, 467. Anonymous from Earth. To think the twin sisters themselves would be making highlight videos. They are way too acquainted with propaganda. Minus 468. Anonymous from Earth. They even added their own comments. It is even super easy to understand. They are way too godlike. Minus 469. Anonymous from Earth. They have even recreated the story of before he was transferred, which earns a lot of points in my book. They are properly emphasizing his innocence there, and it doesn't crumble with the story that comes after. The twin sis are gods. Minus 470. Anonymous from Earth. Yeah. There's also added SFX to enhance the experience together with their audio commentary. Really, just what are those little sisters? Minus 471. Anonymous from Earth. Anna-chan is getting happy about having his viewers lowering, but too bad tilde. In terms of highlight video viewers, he is the top of the nation. Easy peasy tilde. 472. Anonymous from Earth. Celica and Karen are damn cute. Minus 473. Anonymous from Earth. Twins that know way too well how marketable they are. Minus 474. Anonymous from Earth. But there's the possibility this is the little sister's way to get revenge. Hikaru-kun is shut in because he doesn't want us to see him, right? He is being shown around a crazy lot by the hands of the little sisters. Minus 475. Anonymous from Earth. No, for the twin little sisters. Their brother must be an interesting toy. I have a little sister that is a lot younger than me, so I can somewhat tell. Minus 476. Anonymous from Earth. They are cute, but they are super intelligent and it is scary. Those twin sisters. Minus 477. Anonymous from Earth. There's no way our Anna-chan would die here. He is our Anna-chan, you know, is what Celica said. I could feel her infinite trust for her brother, and it made me cry for some reason. Minus 478. Anonymous from Earth. My trust for Hikaru was increased mysteriously after seeing how those geniuses grew up without looking down on their brother. Minus 479. Anonymous from Earth. If Hikaru were to die, what would happen to Celica and Karen? Minus 480. Anonymous from Earth. I don't know, but what's certain is that they would surely be super depressed. Minus 481. Anonymous from Earth. You could also take it as their love for their brother being an act towards the viewers. Minus 482. Anonymous from Earth. It would be scary if they were that far-sighted. Minus 483. Anonymous from Earth. Again only talking about his little sisters. Minus 484. Anonymous from Earth. The dungeon cleaning arc of Hikaru is decently interesting. There's just way too little happening that the highlight videos end up being mostly about enjoying the talks of Celica and Karen though. Minus 485. Anonymous from Earth. I don't know if I am watching a video of Hikaru or a video of Celica and Karen being idols. Minus 486. Anonymous from Earth. The ingenious brainwashing that the two have set is turning us into the royal guards of Hikaru. Minus 487. Anonymous from Earth. He is a kind Anna-chan at heart, you know. Minus 488. Anonymous from Earth. There are suspicions he is a furry though. Minus 489. Anonymous from Earth. He was raised with two extremely intense pretty twin little sisters after all. He must have turned weird from that. I get it. I don't. minus 490. Anonymous from Earth. Which one was more exciting for you guys? The time when the prostitute appeared, or the time when he saved Full-chan? Minus 491. Anonymous from Earth. I can only say I got pretty excited in both. Minus 492. Anonymous from Earth. Well, everyone has already seen the highlight videos, right? Minus 493. Anonymous from Earth. I want to see Grateful-chan again, but life is way too light in the dungeon. It is scary that it is possible something like she died the other day could happen. Minus 494. Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru. This spirit stone. Sniff sniff, smells of grateful. 495. Anonymous from Earth. There's also the chance of the black market old man being the heroine. Obey Dabi today. TLN, a phrase often used by Dragon's Dogma Asylum. Not sure of the English counterpart. If someone knows, please tell me. Greater than 496. Anonymous from Earth. I want to see him become sad when he accidentally summons Grateful-chan as an undead. Minus 497. Anonymous from Earth. If the spirit stone of Full-chan ends up being a chaotic or dark stone, there's a chance for that. Minus 498. Anonymous from Earth. He is hiding in the darkness and cleaning today as well? Does he want to become popular by becoming the dungeon janitor? Minus 499. Anonymous from Earth. I want to moff you Grateful-chan too. Minus 501. Anonymous from Earth. They held hands, so he did semi-mofued her fur. Minus 502. Anonymous from Earth. The highlight video was so interesting I have already watched it 3 times. I am really glad there's commentary in it. Minus 503. Anonymous from Earth. Well, I am glad he is somehow managing to live by. Won't he slowly recover mentally if he gets human contact? Minus 504. Anonymous from Earth. It has been a while since I have come here, but isn't the flow of things kinda different now? Wasn't he being flamed a whole lot as the killer of his childhood friend? Minus 505. Anonymous from Earth. Fufafu. Was there such a thing? Minus 506. Anonymous from Earth. Celica and Karen Sayane-chan is not the culprit, so the logic is there. And there's no way the brother of those cute twins would be a killer. Minus 507. Anonymous from Earth. You have been brainwashed. Minus 508. Anonymous from Earth. There hasn't been any talk about Hikaru being the culprit on the TV either. 2 days after Celica said let's make the bad media poof poof away. Okay tilde. Minus 509. Anonymous from Earth. Scary, strong. Minus 510. Anonymous from Earth. Does that mean Celica did something? Minus 511. Anonymous from Earth. Don't know, but the timing matches. Minus 512. Anonymous from Earth. The tabloids are still bashing Hikaru-kun though. They must be ignoring those areas. Minus 513. Anonymous from Earth. The flaming on the internet was mostly like them going with the flow after all. It was basically bullying the weak, so after transcendental humans like Celica and Karen showed up, the inferior humans had to withdraw. Minus 514. Anonymous from Earth. Weaklings can't go against the strong. This is instinct. Minus 515. Anonymous from Earth. What Karen said casually. If I so wanted to, I could make the bank accounts of the aunties drop to 0, you know? Was super scary. Minus 516. Anonymous from Earth. Even Karen can't hack this god website, so the ones who write here are safe. Minus 517. Anonymous from Earth. On the other hand, anywhere else aside from this will land you straight in hell. Minus 518. Anonymous from Earth. Suddenly getting mail is the stuff straight out of nightmares. Minus 519. Anonymous from Earth. Did you get one? Minus 520. Anonymous from Earth. No, I didn't, but it is possible, right? Minus 521. Anonymous from Earth. No matter if they are super twins, it is not like they have that much free time. -522. Anonymous from Earth. You are all still only talking about his little sisters. Give it a break already. -523. Anonymous from Earth. Let's talk about Hikaru Kyan. -524. Anonymous from Earth. The prostitute was cute. A true jackpot. I wanted to go to the ice kite too. -525. Anonymous from Earth. I would like the boob prostitute to show up as many times as she wants. The serious outburst comments of the little sisters was also awesome. -526. Anonymous from Earth. What is that wench doing? 527. Anonymous from Earth. The serious agitated state of Celica there was nice. It felt like she was finally showing a reaction matching her age. -528. Anonymous from Earth. Celica doesn't have any intentions of hiding her love for her Ana-chan. Karen is its dear. -529. Anonymous from Earth. That haggard state of Hikaru Kyan there, I kinda understand it. Having a prostitute suddenly show up in your room is scary. -530. Anonymous from Earth. If it had been me, I might have ended up unconsciously paying the silver. -531. Anonymous from Earth. Diseases are scary. -532. Anonymous from Earth. The average beauty of that world is high. How to say it? It is like they really look good in video. -533. Anonymous from Earth. I want to be told well. This is as much as I would expect from a virgin and get hurt by her. -534. Anonymous from Earth. It has been a while since I have come here, but what are you doing watching as if normal watching that childhood friend killer? Are you guys fine with anything as long as it is amusing? -535. Anonymous from Earth. Anything is fine if it is amusing. Straight. -536. Anonymous from Earth. No, if you watch, you can tell he is most likely innocent. -537. Anonymous from Earth. When he began cleaning the dungeon, I was sure of it. He is way too kind. -538. Anonymous from Earth. There's the chance he is a psychopath though. Being told story after story of Hikaru Kyan by his little sisters. I can't think of him as a criminal anymore. He is the strongest and kindest Ana-chan in the world. That's why I will be his little sister too. No, I am already. -539. Anonymous from Earth. I get you. We are all the little sisters of Hikaru. -540. Anonymous from Earth. Let's make the name of Hikaru's fan group be Sisters. -541. Anonymous from Earth. Stop it. Stop it. -542. Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru. Little Sisters. Tilda. Have you been doing well, Tilda? Sisters. Yeah. Deep voices. 543. Anonymous from Earth. No, Hikaru has a lot of female fans too, you know. It is in part because Celica and Karen edited the videos in a way that it tickles your maternal instincts. -544. Anonymous from Earth. In the first place, the killer getting the ice kite transfer rights is superstition. -545. Anonymous from Earth. According to his little sisters, Hikaru was dead worried about the ice kite transfer of Nanami-chan. He investigated here and there, and looked after her. -546. Anonymous from Earth. Rather than having Nanami face a harsh life in the ice kite, I should just. 547. Anonymous from Earth. If you were someone who could pull that off, he would turn deviant there, right? We can't put a hand on him over there after all. -548. Anonymous from Earth. How many times has it been since we have looped to this topic? Who cares anyways which one it is anymore? I will trust Celica and Karen. -549. Anonymous from Earth. He should have died in the forest. -550. Anonymous from Earth. I am impressed you can maintain such hatred towards someone you don't even know. It even amazes me. -551. Anonymous from Earth. But they really are taking their time in capturing the true culprit. Is it really that hard to find? -552. Anonymous from Earth. Even the most atrocious of criminals don't get caught 100% of the time. After all, there's no knowing if the testimony of Hikaru has affected the investigation. There's so much lack of precedent here that it might be eating their time. Maybe? -553. Anonymous from Earth. The police can't just throw away the possibility of Hikaru being the culprit just because of situational evidence. More so if they can't find the true culprit. -554. Anonymous from Earth. What happened with the suspect being a student of the same year? Have they checked the fingerprints of the whole student body? -555. Anonymous from Earth. I am from the same school as Hikaru-kun, but there's just rumors that the police might or might not be coming. Also, there's a lot of people who stopped coming to school after the Isekai transfer. Who even knows what's going on anymore? -556. Anonymous from Earth. Getting your fingerprints taken is optional, right? -557. Anonymous from Earth. Listen here. Taking the fingerprints of someone requires a warrant, you know? It is important personal information after all. Getting the fingerprints of everyone in the school is fantasy talk right there. Once the suspect has been narrowed down to a certain extent, that's when they can finally begin taking the fingerprints from them. Getting the fingerprints of several hundred people with just one testimony is factually impossible. -558. Anonymous from Earth. Then we won't be finding the true culprit. -559. Anonymous from Earth. It is scary how Celica and Karen are not referencing the true culprit at all. Even though they do unnecessary light talk and don't seem to think Hikaru is the culprit at all. -560. Anonymous from Earth. I am sure Karen has hacked into the investigation progress of the police and knows about it. -561. Anonymous from Earth. Can something like that be done? -562. Anonymous from Earth. No, I don't know. But doesn't it sound like she could do it? She is a computer specialist and all. -563. Anonymous from Earth. Stop with that half-assed view of hackers. -564. Anonymous from Earth. Well, won't they catch the culprit eventually? -565. Anonymous from Earth. If they can't, the possibility of Hikaru being the true culprit will continue to remain there after all. I want them to catch the true culprit fast. I want to enjoy my Celica and Karen ASMR without all this fuss bogging it down. -566. Anonymous from Earth. I feel ya. I bought super expensive headphones even when I quit my job. -567. Anonymous from Earth. Even if Celica were to hire people from underground to torture the true culprit and eliminate them, I wouldn't be surprised. -568. Anonymous from Earth. What kind of 12-year-old would that be? -569. Anonymous from Earth. That would have worked too. Limiting myself to only mundane tricks has become a bad habit. -570. Anonymous from Earth. Celica, the God website bulletin board automatically branches when there's too many people accessing. The next thread is automatically created. For example, the different world bulletin boards are divided by countries, but Japan alone has A, B, and C. The popular exclusive chosen bulletin boards are branched too. Because the accesses for Hikaru from Japan were so many, a country division was made. Chapter 031, Gem and Scream. It is a lot cleaner now. Hikaru. I for some reason continued cleaning the second floor. I felt bad for Grateful, that was the reason at first. but I am feeling a sense of accomplishment from seeing the dungeon get cleaner. I have gotten a pretty good grasp of the structure of the Hungry Beasts underground prison that is the second floor of the dungeon. The second floor is pretty vast, but even without a map, I wouldn't get lost. Big rooms where groups of monsters camp in. Places that have clean water that can serve to wash yourself. And there's even a place that's like a garden which is most likely treated as outside the prison. I would say that, at the very least, it is as big as the first floor. Cleaning something that big is close to being in the realm of a hobby. The contents of the shadow bag didn't become a mess, and I could manage the things inside of it individually. When it became full to a certain extent, I would throw them into a small room on the second floor that's decently accessible. I don't really know where to throw it away, and the priority here is to avoid any cat beastkin from getting injured. With all this storing and releasing, the tier of the shadow bag increased. I think I have seen about every monster that appears here as well. The small humanoid ones are apparently called goblins. The monsters that are half human and half dog are called kobolds. The big men holding clubs are ogres. The big monster that's half human half pig is an orc. They are all that names I have heard somewhere before, but this might simply be the translation at work here. The translation being localized depending on what part of Earth people are watching is something that happens often. On the other hand, I have no way to learn about what the names before they were localized are in their Isekai language. Automatic translations are super convenient, but having everything translated without my input makes it so it is impossible for me to learn what the original words were. If the auto-translation disappears on the whim of God, we would suddenly be thrown into a Babel Tower situation where a man that doesn't understand the language at all will show up. Well, with my current lifestyle, that might not really trouble me that much though. By the way, the strongest ones aren't the orcs or the ogres, but a dangerous fellow that appears alone. I have only seen it twice. It seems today was a miss. Hikaru, there being no dead bodies is a good thing, but it is troubling for my livelihood. In the end, I might be left with no choice but to fight monsters. But I at least wanted to wait until the attention on me decreased and for my existence to have been forgotten. The other chosen are probably leading stimulating lifestyles and adventures to gather viewers. With that, even if I were to fight against monsters a bit, no one would pay me any attention. That's how it works. I am sure. That's why. Until then, let's continue this lifestyle. There was a door at a place like this? Hikaru. When I was moving around the darkness in the second floor as always, a faintly shining door appeared suddenly in front of me. The Hungry Beasts underground prison is literally a giant prison, and there's a number of small rooms that don't have iron bars. But there have been no doors, at least not as far as I have seen. But a strangely shining door actually suddenly appeared. What's this, Hikaru? A mystery. This is unbelievably suspicious, but I feel like it would be a waste to ignore it. It is a strange door, but I want to open it. Let's use it, Hikaru. After using a potion on Grateful, I began feeling like it was okay to use the crystals at least. The viewer count is decreasing slowly but surely. That was making my heart a bit lighter. The number of messages continues increasing as always, and there's more than 30,000 messages unopened. I have erased the very existence of this from inside of me and make sure I don't ever see it. I use one crystal and do item appraisal on the door. It was a gamble of whether the door is an item or not, but it went well. Treasure warehouse door, a door that's said to give presents to the explorers that the divine beast, Lilimoth, takes a liking to. Only the person that's being gifted can see it and can enter. When you take the gem orb from inside and leave, the door will disappear. Giving away the gem will anger the divine beast. Please be careful of this. So this is what she meant by treasure. Hikaru. The one the Lynx Grateful told me a bit ago. I thought for sure it would be a treasure box lying around somewhere, but it looks like it doesn't work that way. After seeing the explanation, I was relieved and entered through the door. The interior was a simple private room. and at the center there's a fist-sized ball on top of a pedestal. I thought it would be like a gem. But it is more like a glass ball, Hikaru. I can't tell what is inside right now. In other words, this in itself must be a treasure box. Looks like I can open it after I get out of the dungeon. That's great. Hikaru, for someone broke like me, no matter what is inside this, it is a treasure. The divine beast might have given me a reward after seeing me cleaning the dungeon. I can't even fathom what will come out, but it would be nice if it makes my life easier. It is a rare treasure event, so let's go out for now, Hikaru. It is still early, but I decided to leave the dungeon once. The stairs for the first floor are nearby. I want to see the inside of it quickly. Geikin. Run. You all, run away. It was right after that I heard the echoes of clashing blades and the desperate shouts. Where are the smoke bombs? The one before was the last one. We don't have stink bags either. What should we do? Clank. Run away, quick. I won't be able to last long. But close, Hikaru. The next instant I thought this. My legs were heading to the location. The second floor is vast and complex, so I rarely encounter any explorers fighting monsters. Even if I do, I wouldn't get too close to them in fear of being found. Darkness is strong for stealth, but it won't serve much if found. My combat power is close to zero after all. The reason why I headed to the location despite that was because their voices carried way too much urgency. I might be able to do something here. Just like the time with Grateful, I was weird for thinking this so naturally. Even though I can't even do that for myself. Chapter 032, Mantis and A Step from the Darkness. Rifria-sama, please run away. You all as well, run away. I will hold this thing back. Rifria, but... The sound of clashing weapons resonates. A crazy big long sword was being swung around at fast speed. And then there's the faint colored sickles easily repelling them. Of everything, it had to be that, Hikaru. There's a number of monster spirit stones scattered around. They were most likely attacked by several monsters, and right after defeating them, they encountered this. This is my third time seeing it, but this is the first time I see it fighting the strongest monster of the second floor. A mysterious monster that I can only describe as a praying mantis monster, and the ends of its arms have giant sharp sickles. The supermuscular upper body of a human is supported by the forelegs of the lower half that's like that of an insect with a size of around 2 meters. It is easy to tell it is a dangerous monster. The presence it gives out was on a whole other level than the other monsters in the second floor. Moreover, its senses are pretty sharp. Even when I am inside the darkness fog, it would perceive me and go after me. It is most likely reacting to my breathing or the sound of my footsteps. That's why. It is to the point where I would return to the first floor every time I met it. It is impossible to fight against that mantis, even for you, Rifria-sama. Then, are you just going to give up? No. More importantly, hurry. Rifria, the woman was ordering them to run away within that intense battle. It was like a group of a princess and her servants. The 3 women that seemed to be the servants were wounded all over, and even if they do have weapons in hand, they are so wounded it doesn't look like they can fight against the mantis. One of the 3 was so unsteady on her feet that it feels as if just standing was taking her all. Only the woman dealing with the mantis man by swinging a long sword is able to fight evenly or even better than that against it. The servants are panicking, but in the end, there's nothing they can do that doesn't require that woman to fight. I don't think that mantis man is so soft that it will let their enemies escape. The sound of clashing blades resonates, and the long sword carrying strong centrifugal force scraped away at the sickles of the mantis. She was spinning her body flexibly as if she were a spinning top, and was dealing consecutive powerful hits. I simply hid in the darkness and watched that battle. So pretty, Hikaru. I had that out-of-place thought, but that's what I honestly felt. It is a beautiful fighting style. Her platinum blonde hair spread out like wings matching her nimble movements, and even her sweat flying about was shining. Her white skin that stands out in this dim darkness left after images every time she attacked. In this situation where life and death mix, each reverberation of the blades became the resonance of life, and the heat transmitted to my heart. I was completely entranced by this. A person as beautiful as this can exist. Hikaru. This is the first time I have been moved since coming to this world. In this gray space where darkness and death ruled, only she was in color, and was giving out an unbelievable radiance. You all. Then, please go and call for help. You get it, right? Rafria. A sword that's being swung with every fiber of her body. But it looks like her attacks are not working that well on the mantis. The mantis was repelling her attacks as if mocking her. It may be slow. But she is beginning to get pushed back. Hikaru. This clash of weapons will eventually crumble, with her defeat being the result. I understood that after watching this from the outside. She must have understood this as well. That order of calling for help was just a pretext to have her never-ending hesitating servants to run away. Got it. We will definitely call for help. I leave it to you. Rafria. The servants turned tail. They probably wanted to run away as soon as possible, but because of their duty, their position, and all that stuff, they couldn't run away. The path to the stairs is coincidentally the same one I took, and I didn't see any monsters there. They should be able to reach the first floor without any problem. The girl called Rafria watched the back of her servants and smiled softly. Now, dance with me until they manage to escape. Rafria. She gathered even more strength and attacked it with an unyielding spirit. Sorrowfully, powerfully, a rondo of death. I held my breath as I watched that figure of hers. To be precise, I couldn't avert my gaze from her to the point I forgot to breathe. After several tens, several hundreds of slashes, her sword finally left her hand, and when the mantis monster approached her. I practically moved unconsciously. The gazes, the laughs. I couldn't hear any of those. I undo the darkness fog and take one step forward. In that brief moment I suddenly appeared and the mantis was wondering if to place his attention on me or not. Shadow bind. Hikaru. Countless dark tentacles come out from the shadow of the mantis and the deadly scythe that was about to take the life of Rafria was tied up. Summon. Night bug. Hikaru. I placed my hand up and activated the next ability. The jet black rhinoceros beetles that were summoned from the deep darkness fly around left and right, and scrape away on the mantis that can't move. After seeing that the mantis had clearly switched its attention to me, I immediately activated the next ability, Shadow Runner. Hikaru. The humanoid shadow ran to a random direction, and the mantis that had its attention on me switched to that for an instant. The same time as this happened, I placed strength into my legs. Shade shift. Hikaru. I take the dagger on my waist together with the clone made of shadow, and dash. Darkness fog. Hikaru. Pitch black darkness that one can't even see a single step ahead covered the mantis that had its attention taken away by the Shadow Runner. With this, what's left is simple. After such a fierce clash of blades, even a monster will be exhausted. Against an opponent that can't perceive me. I deal one attack to the spine from the back. The mantis didn't even raise a death cry. As it disappeared into a spirit stone, leaving only me and the spaced-out girl. Chapter 033, Rafria and Clearing the Darkness. I defeated it, Hikaru. It is not like I had confidence in it. When I thought she would die, my body just moved. Ooh, Hikaru. I feel spirit energy entering my body and power surging from me. It is as if I have taken in a part of the monster's strength. The woman called Rafria had fallen on her butt, and was looking at the darkness, most likely at me who's inside of it. It should be fine to say the danger has left for now. I place the spirit stone from the mantis. That's as if it is the universe inside of it, most likely a chaotic spirit stone, into the shadow bag, and decide to disappear. She should have barely seen me. I felt a sense of achievement from defeating a monster while not feeling the voices and gazes. I might be able to live as a proper explorer. In the end, I must have wanted to escape from this comfortable hell that is hiding in the darkness. I defeated a mantis, so I might be able to live without scavenging for dead people. With that hope in heart, I turned around and began moving. Having seen her skills, I would say it should be easy for her to return to the first floor. I defeated a monster and managed to save a beautiful person. I even got a treasure before that. I feel like today will be a good day. Please wait. The pleading voice coming from my back made my legs stop. Her face was still beet red even after the battle had finished, and that appearance of hers was fearsomely beautiful. I felt like I would get dragged in something strange if I were to get too deeply involved. Moreover, she was being called with Sama. Her armor is a proper white color metal armor. It was clear that she is a different type compared to the explorers wandering in this dungeon that you could find anywhere. Who are you? Refria, no one. You can go back on your own, right? Hikaru. I did save her because of the circumstances, but that doesn't mean I have any intentions of getting involved with her. Gazes of interest continue being directed here from Earth even now. After all, the more beautiful she is, the more those gazes will be on her. No. I might not be able to. Refria, with your combat power, you should be able to manage against anything aside from the mantis, right? Hikaru, I am going to get lost. Refria, she looked away and said, slightly embarrassed. This place is close to the stairs leading to the first floor, but distance might not matter much without a map. She would get lost a whole lot on her own. And once her stamina runs out, it is a possible pattern. No matter how strong you are, if you are attacked by a mixed party of ogres and orcs, you wouldn't even be able to run away. At worst, you could even meet a mantis again. Anyways, it is the same pattern as the time with Grateful. The ones who knew their way around must have been her servants. Can't be helped, Hikaru. I already got involved. She already knows about me. As long as I am inside the darkness fog, there should be no worries of her seeing me. It would be far better than leaving her here and then something I would regret later happens. Then, I will escort you till the first floor. Pick up the spirit stones. You were the ones that defeated them, right? Hikaru, no. You saved me, so I will give you the stones. Forgive my impoliteness here, but can you take them? Refria, is that okay? Then, I will. Hikaru, the spirit stones scattered around are most likely from a pack of orcs. Around 15. Honestly speaking, this helps me greatly. Let's go, but only until the stairs of the first floor, okay? Hikaru, after putting the spirit stones in the shadow bag, I went to her while still in the darkness, and took her hand. Inside the darkness, I have to do this or I wouldn't be able to lead her. That commanding figure of hers in battle was now gone, and she was slightly spacing out here. But this must be because it is after a battle to her very limits. Hot, Hikaru. Most likely because of that straining battle, her hand was so hot it felt like it would burn me. She made a slightly surprised expression, but after that, she loosened her lips and blushed. I decide to ignore that and forcefully begin walking. There's no trash lying around in the second floor, so she should be able to walk without any issues even inside the darkness. If we ignore the monsters, the stairs to the first floor should be really close. Just like with Grateful, our connection should end once we reach there. That's how it should have been. Can you please tell me your name at least? You are an explorer of this city, right? Refria, she asked this nervously on the way, but I declined, saying we won't be meeting each other again. I won't deny that I was about to answer reflexively after being asked by a beauty, but it would trouble me to have her be strangely indebted to me. She has even seen my dark spirit ability. I want to avoid any risks. If you are feeling indebted to me, I would like you to not tell anyone you met me here. Hikaru, oh okay. Definitely. Rifria, please do. Hikaru, I am relieved I have managed to have her word about it. That's why, I might have lowered my guard a bit there. It was also because there were only a few meters left before reaching the stairs to the first floor, and me trusting darkness fog so much that I thought it would be impossible for my appearance to be seen. We are here. We are in front of the stairs. So be careful as you return for the remainder. Don't go falling into trouble anymore. Hikaru, I let go of her hand and intended to leave while still covered in darkness. Is it okay to show me your appearance one more time? Rifria, no, please forget about me. Hikaru, I don't want to. Light. Rifria, that's why I was too late in reacting to the ability that she chanted suddenly. The sudden light sphere that appeared cleared out my darkness. I couldn't even keep my eyes up because of how dazzling it was. What's going on? Hikaru, what a relief. The ability worked. If we were to part ways like that, I am sure I would have regretted it my whole life. Rifria, she stood in front of me and was looking straight at me with an ecstatic expression. The light ball floating in the air erased the darkness around, and it was gently illuminating the surroundings. Did you not know? This is the light spirit ability, light. It is a plain ability that simply lights up the surroundings, but today, it did its best job yet. Rifria. I was shocked. I saved her, so I didn't imagine her doing something bordering harassment. Can you please tell me your name? Rifria, I won't. What apostrophe s. With you? Why are you doing something like this? Hikaru. Because if I didn't do this, I wouldn't even know how you looked like. And I wouldn't even be able to thank you even though you saved my life. Rifria. She said straight. I might have gotten involved with a type of person that I shouldn't have gotten involved with. I felt that. But this is truly crying over spilt milk. I apologize for giving my thanks late. I am the Light Templar apprentice, Rifria Ashbird. Repaying a debt no matter what is a family precept of the Ashbird household. I will surely repay you for saving my life soon. Your name. Tell it to me at that time, okay? Rifria. She winked at me after saying this, and left. Her platinum blonde hair fluttered as she went up the stairs. I could only watch that dumbfounded. Chapter 034. Exclusive Chosen Bulletin Board JPN, number 1000, Kurose Hikaru, 1973rd, -35, Anonymous from Earth. In the end, did Celica do something about the culprit? -36. Anonymous from Earth. No way. What 12-year-old would that be? -37. Anonymous from Earth. No, she isn't your regular 12 years old. She easily has the brain of a college graduate. -38. Anonymous from Earth. Celica. Huh? I don't know anything though. That sounded so purposely suggestive. -39. Anonymous from Earth. I don't know if it is true, a lie, or entertainment. I can't tell what's what anymore. I don't understand a single millimeter of what a genius thinks. -40. Anonymous from Earth. Despite them advocating their love for their brother, their actions to raise the attention on Hikaru around the world is their sole focus. -41. Anonymous from Earth. They are still 12 years old, so they are still children mentally. -42. Anonymous from Earth. Squeeze their brother as much as they can. -43. Anonymous from Earth. The disparity of them in the highlight videos. Hikaru-chan is so cute. So pitiful. It is filled with those moments. -44. Anonymous from Earth. The highlight videos are apparently crazy popular overseas. By the way, in the English version audio commentary, Celica and Karen are properly talking too. The content is also slightly different from the Japanese version. -45. Anonymous from Earth. The fact that the twins can make their own subtitles for each nation is nuts. -46. Anonymous from Earth. In the threads of edited videos, there's a decent amount of talks about Celica and Karen. Their binaural recordings with the audio of the two are just, is what an overseas guy said in delight. -47. Anonymous from Earth. The highlight videos have a decent amount of publicity to them, but thinking about the amount of views they have, there's no doubt an astounding amount of money is circulating. -48. Anonymous from Earth. Obviously, they are millionaires. If I were their parents, I would have been ecstatic here and I wouldn't be able to stop laughing. -49. Anonymous from Earth. Their oldest son has left to the parallel world while still being suspected as a killer and teetering between life and death. Have a heart here. -50. Anonymous from Earth. Okay, let's put a lid on the talk about the little sisters. Okay tilde. -51. Anonymous from Earth. Or more like, you guys are not watching Hikaru in real time. Huh. To think you don't know the excitement of that. What a waste. -52. Anonymous from Earth. Did something happen in real time? The developments were going so fast that I couldn't keep up and just gave up. -53. Anonymous from Earth. A new video has been uploaded. -54. Anonymous from Earth. A highlight video. -55. Anonymous from Earth. Are being bathed by the light of Refrius armor and getting extinguished by it. 56. Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru, you have done it. You took that one step. -57. Anonymous from Earth. Are seeing Hikaru piercing through the darkness and appearing gallantly, amplifying the Chunabu dwelling deep inside of my soul. 58. Anonymous from Earth. I am sorry for thinking Shadowrunner is a plain and pointless technique. -59. Anonymous from Earth. Dark spirit abilities are way too damn strong. -60. Anonymous from Earth. No, there's a lot of Chosen who took darkness as well, but it is super weak. They go as far as saying Shadow Bag is the main use. Lol. Even Bind is only effective for a few seconds. -61. Anonymous from Earth. I think the abilities of Hikaru are weak individually. -62. Anonymous from Earth. That plenty grinded darkness fog is scary effective. -63. Anonymous from Earth. Even though they started with darkness, a lot of the Chosen would later go to other great spirits and redo their contracts. -64. Anonymous from Earth. In the case of Hikaru, being able to shoot them consecutively is big, as expected of the great dark mage. -65. Anonymous from Earth. I couldn't see because it was inside the darkness, but I am impressed he managed to kill it with a dagger. -66. Anonymous from Earth. He must have hit the spirit energy's life thread. I don't know where Hikaru learned that though. -67. Anonymous from Earth. Even without knowing, if you want to kill someone in one hit, you would normally aim around there, right? -68. Anonymous from Earth. It is the base of the neck after all, greater than the spirit energy life thread. -69. Anonymous from Earth. Shadow stab tilde. No matter how you see it, he is a ninja. -70. Anonymous from Earth. I was watching in real time, but he seriously suddenly came out from the darkness, and a few seconds after I thought he had already defeated the mantis human. I was super scared there, and my heart was drumming endlessly. -71. Anonymous from Earth. Anyone would fall in love with that. I did. -72. Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru. So you weren't a furry. -73. Anonymous from Earth. Ran there the moment he heard that scream, and then watching how Refrius armor was fighting that Hikaru Kyan. The camera was completely fixed there. -74. Anonymous from Earth. Karen went is completely spellbound there. -75. Anonymous from Earth. I was too. So beautiful, so cool. -76. Anonymous from Earth. That figure of hers after being saved and spacing out was so lewd. -77. Anonymous from Earth. Inside the darkness, it is as if that figure of his blended into the darkness. It is truly the darkness will mask your figure. -78. Anonymous from Earthlight. She was a light spirit user. -79. Anonymous from Earth. Please don't clear the darkness of a hikikomori using a powerful light, lol. Forcefully taking that rock away and showing their figure is sinful. An extrovert doesn't understand this. An extrovert who uses light spirit abilities to take that away wouldn't understand. -81. Anonymous from Earth. It is scary how it sounds like you have experience in that. -82. Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru was making the same face as me that time when my mom opened the curtains of my room. -83. Anonymous from Earth. Can you really compare those? -84. Anonymous from Earth. Karen was worried, saying what's with this woman? Is okay? He is the type that gets liked by weird women. Celica said straight, this person looks okay. Just what did Celica see? -85. Anonymous from Earth. Liked by weird women, she says. That's totally a boomerang statement. -86. Anonymous from Earth. Maybe it doesn't count because the two are family. In other words, Nanami-chan was a weird woman. -87. Anonymous from Earth. Karen and Celica are not normal women either. -88. Anonymous from Earth. The current state of her Unai-chan must have been deadly worrying for Celica. Maybe she is happy that he got involved with someone even if it was in that shape. It is different from outsiders like us who can say whatever we want. -89. Anonymous from Earth. You must not forget that Celica is like the peak of an extrovert. In that situation, Celica would be on the side that would use light. -90. Anonymous from Earth. Please don't go calling Karen an introvert in a roundabout way. -91. Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru was super spaced out there. -92. Anonymous from Earth. It is a situation where his only acquaintances in that city are the black market old man and the innkeeper old man. After all, it must have been unexpected to create an acquaintance in such a forceful way. -93. Anonymous from Earth. In the eyes of Celica, she is most likely seeing her as the person that could overturn the situation of the current Hikaru. There's no point in being the janitor of a dungeon that's so close to death. -94. Anonymous from Earth. Well, everyone thinks things shouldn't stay like this forever. -95. Anonymous from Earth. Rifria-sama is a beauty, so I am a bit jealous though. But we don't even know what kind of person she is, right? Isn't this dangerous? -96. Anonymous from Earth. We don't know. What happens happens. Well, if the worst comes to worst, Hikaru has points and barrier stones. -97. Anonymous from Earth. Just hope Hikaru doesn't get cornered. He might even say he wants to leave the city. -98. Anonymous from Earth. It is not like the wound in his heart has healed after all. But won't a virgin have their heart healed in an instant with a beautiful person like that? -99. Anonymous from Earth. You must not think of him as your average virgin. He is the brother of those twins, you know. -100. Anonymous from Earth. We don't even know if Rifria-sama will be healing him. -101. Anonymous from Earth. Rifria-sama's battle was super good. I have never seen a person fighting for their lives after all. More so when it is a beautiful woman. -102. Anonymous from Earth. That Hikaru, saving people again. Despite all he says, he can't throw away his kindness. I want him to open his messages already, even though he is being cheered on this much. -103. Anonymous from Earth. He saved someone, so it should be okay to get gratitude for it after all. Even if he took the dark spirit abilities, there's no need to actually live in darkness yourself. -104. Anonymous from Earth. Or more like, why isn't he meeting with people inside the dungeon? There's no real need to show his face, right? -105. Anonymous from Earth. Isn't it because he is a hikikomori? -106. Anonymous from Earth. Whatever the case, Hikaru is cooped inside the darkness the whole time. Let's just hope he can take that step forward. -107. Anonymous from Earth. When Hikaru came out from the darkness, Celica and Karen went Anna-chan. In unison. I cried at that. -108. Anonymous from Earth. It has been a while since a new character appeared after all. I personally want them to form a party together. A pure frontliner like her would have good affinity with Hikaru. -109. Anonymous from Earth. That steamy gaze of Rafria-sama. This is love. This is the first time I have witnessed a person falling in love. -110. Anonymous from Earth. This is why people with only love in their brain are just. -111. Anonymous from Earth. No, you would normally be able to tell, right? The only one who wouldn't be able to tell would be the virgin Hikaru. -112. Anonymous from Earth. Stop the roundabout dissing towards us. -113. Anonymous from Earth. Must be the suspension bridge effect. -114. Anonymous from Earth. I wanted to see Aku kill me. -115. Anonymous from Earth. In the time she is saying Q, kill me, the mantis guy would actually kill her straight off. -116. Anonymous from Earth. I wouldn't have wanted to see a beauty like her die. Good job, Hikaru-kun. -117. Anonymous from Earth. Stop that wording as if it is okay if it had been an old man. The old men adventurers are also doing their best, you know. Chapter 035. Exclusive chosen bulletin board JPN, number 1000, Kurose Hikaru, 1976. -367. Anonymous from Earth. Now then, let's talk about the bad bug. -368. Anonymous from Earth. Bad bug. Talking about Grateful-chan, Rafria-sama, or the boobs prostitute? -369. Anonymous from Earth. The boobs prostitute is nice, but Rafria-sama has a good pair herself. Even if it is hidden with armor, I can tell. -370. Anonymous from Earth. A mind's eye guy is here. -371. Anonymous from Earth. Rafria-sama is practically an actress after all. -372. Anonymous from Earth. I finally watched it after I got back from the company. I laughed out loud at how the extra part was longer than the main story. -373. Anonymous from Earth. I was the happiest when they announced they will be doing real-time commentary every now and then because it seems there will be development. -374. Anonymous from Earth. Even though the two must be busy as hell. That's impressive. -375. Anonymous from Earth. A bad bug has stuck to Anne. Is what Karen said worried. She shot a spirit ability all of a sudden which you could say makes her look like she has a few screws loose. But she may be in a standing that makes her have to return a debt of gratitude, and well, I would say this will serve as a good medicine for Anna-chan, is what Celica said with a light mood. -376. Anonymous from Earth. Celica can speak 10 foreign languages, so she must have an understanding of foreign cultures. Being forceful is hated by Japanese, but it is not like that's the same in the whole world, and we are talking about a happening in an isekai. -377. Anonymous from Earth. Anna doesn't have much experience with beauties, so won't he fall into any kind of deception straight out? He is the type that loves blonde characters after all. Turn that thinking around, Karen. There's no way a beauty like that, who must have grown up being fawned over by others, would pay attention to Anna-chan. Really? The only ones who can see the appeal of Anna-chan are us and Nanami-nin. A random blockhead wouldn't be able to see it. Really? That may be true. I was strangely excited by this topic. -378. Anonymous from Earth. Do the two really love their Anna-chan? -379. Anonymous from Earth. It looks real, but there's the chance it is an act by geniuses. Well, I will believe the fantasy of little sisters loving their brother. Minus 380, Anonymous from Earth. Wonder how these two viewed Nanami-chan. Most likely like a childhood friend and elder sister. But she must have been pretty close with their brother too. Minus 381, Anonymous from Earth. The last boss. Maybe? Minus 382, Anonymous from Earth. The last boss was defeated then. Minus 383, Anonymous from Earth. Too soon. Minus 384, Anonymous from Earth. Celica seems to be more wary of Full-chan. Celica said Una-chan is the type that can't leave be the people that stir their protective instinct. Minus 385, Anonymous from Earth. Well, the two said they were protected by their Una-chan. I can't really tell what's Hikaru. Is he not a normal high schooler? Minus 386, Anonymous from Earth. My name is Hikaru. I am a normal high schooler. But my real form is. Minus 387, Anonymous from Earth. Wonder if Grateful-chan managed to stay alive. Minus 388, Anonymous from Earth. The life of explorers is way too light after all. It wouldn't be strange for her to die in a place where Hikaru isn't watching. Minus 389, Anonymous from Earth. Grateful-chan has only shown up once since the time she got cut off by those bad bugs. Different from Rifria-sama, who promised to meet again and left. Also, calling Hikaru a furry is baseless accusations. Minus 390, Anonymous from Earth. Is Rifria-sama, who uses light spirit abilities, a natural enemy of Hikaru? Minus 391, Anonymous from Earth. A stealth character that has their position exposed is a weakling. His physical strength is that of a first-year high schooler after all. Minus 392, Anonymous from Earth. More so with Hikaru, who didn't take any physical strengthening options. Minus 393, Anonymous from Earth. How can you tell? Minus 394, Anonymous from Earth. Karen apparently came to that conclusion after comparing him to other Chosen. She said his movements match his body proportions, so there's no doubt he doesn't have any buffs. Minus 395, Anonymous from Earth. They can do everything. Minus 396, Anonymous from Earth. The darkness fog of Hikaru had its proficiency raised quite a lot, and yet, it was easily cancelled by light. Is the light element the superior one here? Minus 397, Anonymous from Earth. No. Light is the first light spirit ability you learn. According to the inquiry site, for abilities, the one that is cast after is always the one that wins normally. Fire is extinguished by water. Water is evaporated by fire. Earth is scattered by wind. Wind is dammed up by earth. Light is covered by darkness. Darkness is cleared out by light. Minus 398, Anonymous from Earth. The initial ability of wind is plain and on itself, and yet, it is so unreasonable that it gets stopped by the pebbles of gravel mist. Minus 399, Anonymous from Earth. But scattering the gravel mist with wind looks pretty cool. Minus 400, Anonymous from Earth. Gravel mist is so nice. I just like it. Minus 401, Anonymous from Earth. At the part where Rifria-sama was going up the stairs, the video went still and end credits rolled. I was about to die from how out of nowhere that was. That's like a middle schooler joke. Minus 402, Anonymous from Earth. The camera work of God was literally godlike. The camera was pulled away, and the composition was properly. Rifria-sama at the front with their Hikaru at the back. Minus 403, Anonymous from Earth. The dazed Hikaru was giving it some nice spice. Minus 404, Anonymous from Earth. But even Hikaru wouldn't be feeling bad from being thanked by a beauty like that, right? Minus 405, Anonymous from Earth. There's no virgin who wouldn't get struck out by that smile of Rifria-sama. Minus 406, Anonymous from Earth. So you were struck out. Minus 407, Anonymous from Earth. Karen, there's no doubt she is the type of Una-chan. He is an introvert, so he likes this type of people that overflow with energy. Disgusting. 408. Anonymous from Earth. That part made me laugh. That tongue of Karen is too poisonous. -409. Anonymous from Earth. It is poison with love, so it is okay. -410. Anonymous from Earth. So that's the logic behind why he wasn't going out with his childhood friend despite her being plenty cute herself. Huh. -411. Anonymous from Earth. Introverts don't attract each other. Huh. What a sad reality. -412. Anonymous from Earth. That theory about monstrosities and monsters that Celica talked about, has it been proven right? -413. Anonymous from Earth. By accumulating chaotic spirit energy as experience points, you get stronger, but in exchange, you steadily lose a part of your sanity as a living being, and in the end, you become a monstrosity that won. Similar theories are popping at other places, so I guess it is true. -414. Anonymous from Earth. So, what's this monstrosity business? That fire monkey that was killed by the great dark spirit was exactly that, right? -415. Anonymous from Earth. Basically, if you give free rein to a carnivorous beast or omnivorous beast, an individual that is the strongest of the area will appear. By losing one part of their sanity, what's normally lost is their control over their hunger. In the case of beasts, they would eat everything around and would die from starvation. -416. Anonymous from Earth. In the case of humans and monsters, -417. Anonymous from Earth. For humans, veteran explorers would begin eating a whole ton. Alex Khan reported on that. -418. Anonymous from Earth. So that's why that world is so big when it comes to their market and their food industry. -419. Anonymous from Earth. I don't know if it is because that world has a ton of gluttons, but there's a lot of food. -420. Anonymous from Earth. With the forest that Hikaru escaped from and the video analysis of the Little Sisters, it has been confirmed that there's a hella ton of food growing there. Hikaru was apparently decently lucky that the climate wasn't something like a snowy mountain. -421. Anonymous from Earth. Will Hikaru and Alex get to know each other? -422. Anonymous from Earth. A Canadian jock and Hikaru who is like the representative of the nerds. -423. Anonymous from Earth. The future looks dark. -424. Anonymous from Earth. Are Hikaru and Alex the only ones in that city? -425. Anonymous from Earth. For now, yeah. Even in the whole ring pill continent, there's only around 150 chosen. -426. Anonymous from Earth. Personally, I would say that ring pill is a jackpot compared to the other continents or islands. -427. Anonymous from Earth. The climate is good after all, no matter how peaceful deserts and jungles are, you know. -428. Anonymous from Earth. It seems people have messaged Zhan Chan to punish Hikaru. -429. Anonymous from Earth. This is what's called beating a dead horse. -430. Anonymous from Earth. That part was also shown in the highlight videos. Zhan read that message and said unforgivable. -431. Anonymous from Earth. Zhan Chan has a strong sense of justice after all. After that, Celica sent a message. Probably judge the truth by yourself. That moment was so damn exciting. -432. Anonymous from Earth. Don't know if to call it a sense of justice or steady or blind honesty. Putting it bluntly, she is a musclehead. -433. Anonymous from Earth. Don't go any further. -434. Anonymous from Earth. You are going to get killed by the Zhan fans. -435. Anonymous from Earth. Alex is the type that gets homesick, so can't they become friends? He did complain, saying that he wanted friends that he could talk to about Earth. -436. Anonymous from Earth. All the young ones are beginning to get pretty homesick. -437. Anonymous from Earth. The special ones would be the Romanian twins. -438. Anonymous from Earth. They really are an extraordinary case. You could say the twins of Hikaru and the twins there, even though they are both twins. It is like good and evil. They are the polar opposites. -439. Anonymous from Earth. It seems like people have also sent messages to Alex about Hikaru being a criminal. He shot it down instantly by saying, "I don't know how he looks though." -440. Anonymous from Earth. Will he get punished by Alex when they meet? -441. Anonymous from Earth. Are you treating him like a berserker or something? There's no way he would be able to link Hikaru with a killer if you were to actually see him. -442. Anonymous from Earth. Canada is a gun society, right? Wouldn't Hikaru be the school shooter type? -443. Anonymous from Earth. Well, an American football jock being killed is like a classic. -444. Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru gets thrown inside a trash can. -445. Anonymous from Earth. I don't think Alex is that kind of template character though. No. He is template in a sense. Like his appearance. -446. Anonymous from Earth. The number of gun-related crimes between Canada and America are pretty different if I remember correctly. I saw that in a movie called Bowling Something. -447. Anonymous from Earth. Despite appearances, Alex is a diligent guy. He is saving money as he works as an explorer and all that. -448. Anonymous from Earth. No, his way of using points is idiotic. -449. Anonymous from Earth. Sandwich, push, cola, push. -450. Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru being surrounded by extroverts in all directions is cute. And pitiful. Chapter 036, Present and New Resolve. I was dazed for a while even after Afria left. She saw my appearance. Someone that knows about me being able to use dark spirit abilities. According to Grateful, there are no users of dark spirit abilities around here. She has joined a variety of parties. So it must be true. We are in a fantasy world. There's a chance I will fall into a witch hunt situation. Damn it. What should I do? Hikaru can't be helped even if I think about it. I have no choice but to believe that that girl Afria will keep my secret. One other thing I could do would be to live in hiding even more. At worst, I can leave the city. But I want that to be my last resort. Darkness fog. Hikaru. I once again cast a dark fog and shut myself inside of it. I sat on the ground and looked at the loot I got this time around. Chaotic Spirit Stone. Hikaru. This is my second time getting this. Different from the other monochromatic spirit stones. This one is colorful, releasing a mystifying light, and it reminds me of an opal. My create, undead, needs chaotic spirit stones or dark spirit stones. Meaning that if I use this stone, I can summon that mantis as an undead. Let's save it. Hikaru. Having the means to overturn a bad situation like being surrounded by monsters can help me maintain composure. I don't know if it would work on the third and fourth floor. I haven't seen yet, but at the very least, there's no monster stronger than the mantis in the second floor. It would surely give me a pretty penny if I were to sell this. But this time around, I got a lot of orc spirit stones. I will be able to live with this for a while. I might even have the leeway to buy equipment. I killed some time for a while, and crawled out of the dungeon in fear that Afria might be hiding somewhere. I wasn't that long in the dungeon today, so it is still late in the night. I returned to the inn and took out the gem orb, which I got before I saved Afria, from the shadow bag. Grateful said that this takes form outside the dungeon. I was thinking this while watching the gem I left on top of the table. and that thing that only looked like a glass ball began to change form all flabbily. After around 10 to 20 seconds, it finished changing into a different shape. Seriously? This fits me way too well, Hikaru. The gem had changed into a jet black gauntlet. The treasures that you obtain in the dungeon are apparently given to that specific individual by the divine beast. I don't know if they are the gods of dungeons or whatever, but that means that the divine beast has given me an item that fits me. This is hard to believe, but I see. With this, I can somewhat understand why a divine beast would be pissed from people stealing it. I wanted to hide my skin areas as much as possible, but stuff like gloves were expensive. Moreover, gauntlets were at a price that I definitely wouldn't be able to buy, so I am honestly happy about this. On top of that, this jet black gauntlet is a precious item that was made from several black metal plates and leather gloves. If I were to buy it normally, I might have needed gold at worst. I should try appraising it as well, Hikaru. It is not every day that I get a rare item. I use one crystal to do an item appraisal. Dark Knight Gauntlet. A present of a divine beast. A jet black gauntlet made from special metal and leather that doesn't reflect light. Even when the metal plates come in contact with each other, it doesn't make a sound, so it is suitable for stealth. It is made of extremely light materials, so even weak people can use it as if it were a leather glove. So cool, Hikaru. I tried equipping it right away, and it fit me perfectly as if it were order-made. I see. Something as nice as this can show up in the second floor. The stealing of treasures must have been rampant in the past. I don't know if this talk about angering the divine beast is true or not, but it is not hard to imagine there would be people who would envy the ones that get treasures. I lie down on the bed with my Dark Knight gauntlet still on. I am just worried about Rafria speaking about me, but now that I think about it, this world doesn't even have photos, so it shouldn't be that easy to catch my trail. Just thinking about how I have the option of leaving the city makes it easier for me. Also, it is true that I saved her when she was about to be killed by the mantis. The fact that I managed to defeat a monster without feeling the laughs and the gazes made me feel lighter, and so it has been a while since I have been able to sleep soundly. I woke up just past noon. I stretched my body and opened the wooden window. I am at a cheap inn that's at a back alley, so there was a wall right in front. I couldn't really say it was a nice scenery. Even so, it is still a foreign country and an isekai, so I can manage to see a scenery that was different from my usual lifestyle, reminding me every time that I have come to a place that's not on Earth. Shadow Bag. Hikaru. A jet black opening was made in my shadow as I chanted the name of the ability. I stick my hand inside that, take out the things inside of it, and line them up at the bed. Sometime somewhere, I should really ask about the treatment of the dark spirit users. It may be treated as a taboo art, and might be required by duty to be reported to the authorities if found. We are talking about a medieval fantasy world after all. There's no assurance that there's no witch hunt-like practices like that. It wouldn't be strange for there to be people who think light is justice and darkness is evil. I say all that, but suddenly leaving the city would be way too cautious. Hikaru, what I brought out from the shadow bag was the Mallow Moon Silver Flower, the Barrier Stone, the Chaotic Spirit Stone, Mantis, Dagger, Rope. I didn't bring out the album of Nanami and just left it there. I think about what I will be doing from now on as I spread out my belongings. Defeating the Mantis served as a confidence boost for me. When I was observing the explorer parties, I could tell that the difficulty would change quite a bit depending on if they could use spirit abilities. Dark spirit abilities don't have offensive abilities, so there's the need to manage something for your battle style, but it should be decently safe to fight monsters depending on how you use it. My only weapon is this dagger. The rope is usable too. The Chaotic Spirit Stone will be my trump card. If things go south, I also have one Barrier Stone. Hikaru, I don't have anything that I would call my belonging, and in terms of weapons, I have a severe deficiency of them. There's no doubt I would be able to get good cash from selling the shining flower, but it is apparently a super rare item. If I sell this, I really should be prepared to bail from the city. In the first place, I don't think that black market old man will buy the flower at the proper price. He doesn't seem to have the assets for that after all. I sold all the equipment from the dead explorers. I didn't have any intentions of fighting, and I didn't want to get bitten later with problems stemming from using the equipment of dead people. It might have been fine to keep an extra dagger just in case, but weapons were what brought the most money, so in the end, I have no other weapon aside from the dagger I first bought. The rope is something I bought with a crystal to sleep on top of the trees. I didn't want to throw it away, so it was still rotting inside the shadow bag. For monsters that I can use a dagger against. It would be better to go to the second floor rather than to fight the skeletons. Hikaru, I hardened my resolve to fight monsters. I don't feel the laughs and the gazes after that battle with the mantis, so I saw a glimmer of hope that maybe it is okay if it is inside the darkness. I thought that my viewers would increase because of the matter with Refria. But there wasn't as much change as I thought there would be. At the very least, it is not a situation where a billion people are watching me. Their interest most likely switched to other more interesting chosen. They are not so free to watch a person that's hiding in the darkness the whole time. If my viewers continue decreasing like this, I could return to my lifestyle as a single human being. Hikaru, the things I left behind on Earth that I won't be able to reach anymore. About my parents, about my two little sisters. I am of course worried about those, but I don't know what I can do about that. My messages continued increasing when I checked the status board. I don't know if they're all insults. My viewers have decreased, so there's the chance that the ones that continue watching are actually rooting for me. My little sisters are intelligent unlike me. Celica and Karen might have thought of a good idea, but the only thing I can think of is to continue living. An unknown country. An unknown world. No address, no identification, and using a cheap inn as my base, a rootless lifestyle. At the very least, become stronger. That's the only thing I can do right now. Chapter 037, The Beauty in Front of the Dungeon and Combat. All right. Once the sun went down, I left the inn. I checked the status board and I have a decent amount of points and crystals. If I use these, my battles with the monsters should go smoother, but I couldn't bring myself to use them. Of course, there's also the reason of not wanting to stand out, but more than that, I have the success story of managing to escape from the forest thanks to having points remaining. There's a high chance that I will be able to overcome any eventualities if I have points remaining. Knowing this, I couldn't bring myself to spend my points. I need a special reason to do it. I walk from alleyway to alleyway, towards the center where the entrance of the dungeon is. At the entrance, there's the usual 4 soldiers on watch that look as if they have nothing to do with their usual bonfire there. And there was one unusual person. Isn't that yesterday S. Rifria, was it? What is she doing? Hikaru. The one there was the light spirit user female warrior that I met yesterday. She was completely ignoring the young soldiers that were peeking her way every now and then as if curious, and was facing straight forward, standing there as if she were protecting the entrance of the dungeon. Could it be that she is waiting for me? Hikaru, I thought for a moment there, but got embarrassed right after for being so self-conscious there. She must have a reason why she is there. Should I go talk to her and see if she is properly keeping my secret? Hikaru, but I feel like that might backfire here. There's a chance she was forgotten about someone like me already. That development would be convenient too. In the end, I ignored her, covered myself with darkness, and sneaked into the dungeon. The inside of the dungeon was the same as usual. You could say I even felt safe inside the darkness. I didn't pay heed to the newbie explorers fighting in the dusk Hades Street, and hurried to the stairs of the second floor. Skeletons have bad compatibility with my abilities and weapon. No. I am not really sure since I haven't actually fought them, but I can't help but feel like smashing them with a club would be better. I only have a cheap dagger with me, and so I arrived at the second floor, the Hungry Beasts underground prison. Darkness fog. Hikaru. I hide in the darkness and search for a monster that's alone. While I was searching, I unsheathed my dagger and tried swinging it around. Heavy dot and I suck, Hikaru. That was my honest opinion after trying it out. I didn't even have to think about it. This was natural. I have never used a sword after all. The dagger that I'm holding is the mass-produced cheap stuff, an uneven blade that's around only 40 centimeters in size. They are probably forcing the sharpness out. The blade is thin, and if you push it a bit too much, it would easily chip or break. Something that would only serve as self-defense. I say that, but in this world where iron itself apparently goes for a decent sum of money, a dagger like this is by no means cheap. Now that I think about it, if I wanted to buy a dagger like this in my world, it might have cost a decent amount. You can't buy it with a few hundred yen or 1,000 yen. That's obvious. Whoosh whoosh. I swing around the dagger. The weight is around 1 kilogram. It was lacking in power and speed. I feel like I have no choice but to deal fatal damage with one hit like the time with the mantis. I lack way too much physical strength to fight as a warrior. It is pretty tiring, Hikaru. I was out of breath just from swinging the dagger around for a few minutes. Who knows what would be of me if this were a long sword? Just what in the world is Rafria who has the strength to swing around a long sword 10 times the weight of this dagger? Oh well. Let's go for the weakest looking monster I find, Hikaru. The weakest in the second floor are goblins. They are around 100 centimeters in size, and act in groups. Monsters are pretty crooked in terms of being living beings, and they wander around not really doing anything in particular. They attack humans on sight, but I don't really know why they are like that. Is it another page in the weirdness of dungeons? There are 2 of them. Hikaru. I walked for a while and found a pair of goblins. Goblins can come in groups of 10 at most, so stragglers are just fit for hunting. Monsters tend to notice my presence if I get too close to them, even if I use darkness fog. I haven't approached them to such an extent since I am scared to, but it is not like spirit abilities are all powerful. More so when there's 2. When I defeat one, the other will definitely notice me. The problem is, what do I do when that happens? I have seen a lot of parties fight, but I haven't seen one that uses dark spirit abilities. I have no choice but to think about it myself and put it into action. Testing in actual combat. Hikaru. Thanks to night vision and dark vision, I can see even inside darkness fog. It is as if I am in broad daylight. Even without that, darkness fog is my own ability, so I don't think it would create a situation where the user themselves is blinded along with it. I increase the darkness to its highest output. The tier 4 darkness fog can cover a radius of 10 meters in darkness. The goblins that were suddenly enveloped in darkness began to raise a ruckus. I try to kill the sound of my footsteps, hold my breath, and move to the back of the goblins. An attack to their defenseless cervical vertebrae. The swung-down deadly blade gouged out the nape of the goblin's neck as if it had been sucked into it, and it shortly fell to the floor with a pang. Changing into a small transparent spirit stone. Next, Hikaru. The remaining goblin couldn't even understand that situation, and was still going jaya jaya. It isn't even swinging around its weapon or running away. I calmly and silently moved to its back, and swung down my dagger to that same spot. Once things were done, it really was anticlimactic. They were completely defeated with only darkness fog. I didn't even need to use my other abilities. Ooh, this feeling again, Hikaru. The feeling of spirit energy entering my body as if becoming one, like the time when I defeated the mantis. It is minuscule compared to the other time, but what's this? I should ask the black market old man eventually. After that, I would find suitable monsters, would check them thoroughly, and then fight them. When it is a group of around 5 goblins, I could defeat them with just summon night bugs. Summon night bugs are like dark insects of around 10 centimeters in size, with their antennae attacking the monsters. The proficiency is still low, but as I raise it, this would be the one ability that I can anticipate will have the highest direct attack power. With my current proficiency and Shadow Bind, I can only stop them for around 10 seconds at most, and on top of that, they can still move their arms to a certain extent, so it isn't that reliable. It was decently useful against the mantis, so I guess it depends on how you use it. It only works on one target per use, so I would have to use it consecutively if I want to bind several targets. It will become a more useful ability once the proficiency increases. I guess when I make the Shadow Runner run, orcs and goblins get angered and would chase after it to attack it. If I am showing myself, it would only distract them a bit, or if it is close, it would attack it. I have to increase my proficiency even more, or it will stay as an ability that only creates slight openings. Well, those slight openings can be big in battles to the very limit though. If I use Shade Shift, the chances of being hit are halved, but I am not fighting as a warrior, so I don't have much use of it. And most of all, Darkness Fog is way too strong. Revelation of Darkness is fearsome, as if saying it is the basic yet the ultimate technique. Inside the pitch black darkness, goblins and orcs become practically powerless. It seems like the monsters here have enough night vision to act in the darkness of the dungeon. But Darkness Fog is pitch black darkness where not a single bit of light is present. Inside of it, monsters panic, and end up being unable to do anything. I just have to silently approach them from the back and take their life. It is simple yet powerful to the point that there's no opportunity for other abilities to shine. I could at least defeat goblins and orcs completely with only Darkness Fog, but when it comes to monsters of higher class than that, like ogres and the mantis, I wouldn't have the confidence. If the other party notices me and they swing their weapon randomly, there's a chance I would die instantly with just one hit. It is better to not get too overconfident here. Me only fighting goblins and orcs is because even if they were to fight back, I wouldn't be dying in one hit. Well, this is my first day fighting monsters. I have plenty of time. It is fine to take it slow. In the end, I just hunted weak monsters today. I got 20 transparent spirit stones and 4 colored ones. Chapter 038, Public Bathhouse and Meeting with a Chosen. I left the dungeon before the morning sun rose. Rafria wasn't at the entrance anymore. There's no way she would be standing at the entrance the whole day, so she must have left after finishing her business. Or maybe she was waiting for someone there and went into the dungeon. While I was thinking that, I was about to return while hiding in the darkness, but from the other side of the road, there was Rafria, who I saw at the entrance when I came. I reflexively hid in the shade of a tree. I then used Darkness Fog to blend in the darkness. The sun hasn't gone up yet, so she shouldn't be able to find me. And Rafria actually didn't notice me and walked to the direction of the dungeon. Could it be that she is going to be standing in front of the dungeon again today? Hikaru. I was curious about it, so I went back for a bit, and she was indeed standing at the entrance of the dungeon. I don't know what business she has there, but it most likely has nothing to do with me. Even if she is actually waiting for me, I have no intention of getting involved with her again. After I returned to the inn, I went to the waterway at the back of the inn and cleaned my body. This city has pretty clean waterways flowing, and it is to the point that it can even be used as drinking water. It is apparently the blessing of the great water spirit. Oh, you are back. Bathing in cold water every day must be chilling for your body. Aren't you going to the bathhouse? It was right at that moment that the innkeeper old man came out from the back door. Having stayed for several days already, he would obviously remember my face. He is a good old man that doesn't try to get into someone else's business. Bathhouse. By bathhouse, he must be referring to the public bathhouse. There's steam coming from above, so it is easy to tell where it is, but I haven't gone there once. I did have an interest in it as a Japanese person, but I am someone who is being broadcasted 24/7. There's the fact that I am trying to not do anything unnecessary during the day, so I didn't feel like utilizing that place proactively. They are open this early in the morning? Hikaru. Yeah, the bathhouse is open the whole time. Well, I personally don't recommend you going there late at night though. I managed to earn some money as spirit stones from fighting monsters. Because of this, the feeling of wanting to challenge a variety of things must have gotten stronger. I felt like wanting to challenge the public bathhouse too. But a public bathhouse, huh? I don't have the courage to head to a place like that without any knowledge of it. Are there things to wash your body with? What about the soap? The temperature of the water? In the first place, is it the type where you dip in the warm water or is it a steam bath? Are there towels? Can you buy coffee milk? It is different from the super bath houses of Japan. It should be safe to assume there's not even buckets there. I would say the chances of there not being towels is 100%. Soap? Doubt it. I asked all that info from the old man, and then exited the inn. As I imagined, there's no soap or buckets. I bought a bucket, towel, soap, and shampoo beforehand with crystals. I used 6 crystals. But it was a necessary purchase, so there's no problem. I eat a meat skewer to fill up my stomach a bit before heading to the bathhouse. This city is a city where there's a water, fire, earth, and wind great spirit gathered, and the area I am in falls under the territory of the great water spirit. I don't know what's the state of the whole city, but because of the influence of the great water spirit, there's clean water aplenty, so it is apparently the place that has the most dense population because of how easy it is to live in. On the other hand, the territory of the great wind spirit and the great earth spirit has low population, but there's apparently a lot of plantations. The territory of the great fire spirit thrives in blacksmiths. Here, Hikaru. The public bathhouse is adjoined with the Great Fire Spirit's territory, and it is of quite the scale. It really has the appearance of a super bathhouse. The Great Water Spirit creates clean water which is consumed in great quantities here, and that water is heated with the power of the Fire Great Spirit. The power of spirits is used normally in people's lifestyles. Maybe because it is public, it is pretty cheap too. Probably because it is still way too early in the morning. There aren't that many people coming to take a bath, so the surroundings were quiet. It is still only 6:30 a.m., so this is natural, but I still needed courage to enter an unknown facility. I slip in together with a group that seems to be an explorer party. The baths are divided by men and women. It costs 15 copper. With a price like this, I could come here every day. I quickly took off my clothes at the dress room, and placed the clothes inside the provided basket that's made of knitted wooden branches. There's nothing important in my belongings. No, everything important has already been stored in a shadow bag. I have already taken out the soap and shampoo, and have placed them in the bucket. No mistakes here. Ooh, Hikaru, the bath is made out of a lot of lumber, and it gives out that Japanese atmosphere. The washing place doesn't even have a water supply, but it seems like you draw water with your buckets from the warm water for use. The bathtub was pretty big enough to have around 30 people at once. I may be broadcasted to the whole world here, but the other chosen must be bathing too. Nothing big should happen at this point with just me bathing here. Of course. The people that think I am the killer of Nanami must be going, how dare you take a bath despite being a killer though. I went to a corner that doesn't stand out the most, hurriedly wash my body and hair, and dip in the warm water. It is seeping in, Hikaru. This is my first time taking a dip inside a bathtub since coming to this world. The warm and comfortable water was bringing warmth to the very core of my body. That warmth was not only warming my body but my heart as well, and I began tearing up, so I splash water on my face to cover it up. I don't know how much of this is being broadcasted, but there's no point in worrying about that at this point. Bathing is a basic necessity in life. So even if it is not inside the darkness, I didn't feel the gazes or hear the laughs. While I was taking my time soaking in the water, a cheery and noisy group came in. Because 3 big men entered the tub at once, the water overflowed. Matilda, a bath in the morning feels great. It is, right? This is the only place that is such a big tub, you know? In my homeland, I would just shower a bit, so I am astonished I didn't know about something this nice. There were stuff like hot springs, but I have never gone to one. The young men that were together at the entrance. I scooted my way to the corner. What's a shower, Alex? How should I explain it? It is like being showered by rain. Alex, ha ha ha. You said it is a parallel world, right? You are one weird guy, talking about having come from a different world. Oi, you didn't believe me? I was a pretty diligent student before coming to this world, you know? Alex. I sank all the way till my nose, and was listening to that conversation. Parallel world. That's what they said. When I glanced there, it was a Western handsome man with light brown hair and a pronounced nose bridge. He gives a refreshing atmosphere, and must have been quite popular in his high school days. A chosen. So there was one here, Hikaru. The extrovert-looking young man called Alex is a Westerner. I think. I can't really tell with just his looks, but at the very least, he is not Asian. And yet, he is speaking the same Isekai language, and it felt strange that I could understand what he was saying. Meaning that maybe I am being shown in his stream as a mob character? Hikaru, depending on the angle of the camera, I would easily be shown, and from my side as well. Alex would show up. If there's people who are watching the 2 streams at the same time because we are in the same city, they would definitely go, I have a bad feeling about this. Let's leave, Hikaru. I wanted to relax more here, but this situation where 2 chosen are in the same place, moreover, in a bathing area naked, should be amusing from their view. It definitely wouldn't end well. Is she there today as well? Ooh, the one at the entrance? She was a real beauty. You spoke to the right. Alex? You asked her what she was doing. It seems she was searching for an acquaintance. I invited her for a meal, but I was rejected. Alex, seriously? You are one skirt chaser, man. No. Isn't it normal to invite a cute girl like that? Alex, the conversation of the extroverts continued. The beauty at the entrance must refer to Rafria. If she is searching for an acquaintance, it must not be me. I'm not an acquaintance after all. At that moment I was about to leave as casually as possible. What? The one there with the black hair is Hikaru? Alex. I felt the warmth from my body drain. Chapter 039, Alex and the Demon Lord in the Heart. A message came. Let's see here. The black-haired one there is Hikaru? Alex. Alex tapped something in midair and said that. I ended up looking at Alex unconsciously from that. Our gazes clash. Kuzukasu. Kayakiakia. The relaxing atmosphere until now made a complete turn. Piercing gazes and sneers I felt were coming from somewhere. Cold sweat ran down my back. The 2 party members of Alex were also looking dubiously over here. They are looking over here with eyes as if saying, who is this guy? And my body is paralyzed. I can't even move. At some unknown point in time, it seems I have begun feeling a strong fear towards gazes. I am probably growing blue and red in an amusing way. Even though I dipped in hot water, my whole body feels cold. My fingers are trembling. And even though I want to run away, my body isn't responding. Hikaru? You are that Hikaru? The Chinese guy? Alex. Alex spoke to me. Looks like he didn't hear about me and Nanami from messages. He spoke to me normally. No. Thinking about it normally. There's no way he didn't. It might just be me being too self-conscious here, but I was the highest ranked in viewers among the 1,000 chosen. Those numbers wouldn't have been possible without the matter of Nanami. Even so, I don't have the courage to throw that topic in. More importantly, I am currently in a mental state where it would be hard to even make simple responses here. I am Japanese. Hikaru. When I answered that, Alex made a happy expression. He closed the distance to me. Huh. A Japanese person. This is my first time meeting a chosen. I am Jack Alexander Fox. I came from Ontario, Canada. I am mostly called Alex. Alex, I see. Hikaru. I didn't know left and right being suddenly sent to a parallel world, but I was shocked that it was really a world like those of movies. Ain't that the same for you too, Hikaru? Alex. Why yeah. Hikaru. I thought I would be fine going to a place where I don't have a single acquaintance, but it was actually pretty rough. But I got messages from my friends saying I can just go to the guild and make comrades. And I am somehow managing like that. Are you alone, Hikaru? Alex. Well, yeah. I guess. Hikaru. I see. They do say Japanese people are stoic after all. Alex. Alex was a cheerful guy. I could see pure happiness as if he had met someone of the same village from that friendly smile of his. But I couldn't take that sincerely. I had a lot of friends in our world that wanted to go visit Japan. You have a lot of anime and manga, right? Alex. Well. Yeah. Hikaru. You don't look well. Are you okay? Alex. Why yeah. No problems. Hikaru. The three were looking at me. And most of all, Alex's viewers and my viewers together definitely make up several millions of people. Everyone is watching this encounter with amusement. When I think about that, I can't even have a conversation. Oi, are you from the same place as Alex? You said your name was Hikaru, right? He said he came from a parallel world, but is that true? Even his companions were joining the conversation now, and I was honestly at my limit. Sorry. I have business to attend to. Can we talk about this at another time? Hikaru. Oh, is that so? Sorry for suddenly speaking to you. There's no people here that I can talk about Earth with, you see. I come here every now and then, so let's talk again. Alex. Yeah. Hikaru. Alex was a good guy till the end. I felt embarrassed about myself and left the public bathhouse as if running away. No, I actually did run away. I left the public bathhouse, returned to the inn, and lied down there as if collapsing onto it. I should have spoken more normally. Hikaru. I didn't kill Nanami. I was suddenly chosen to be transferred to the parallel world. No. You could even say I was dragged into it. To put it bluntly, I am a victim. There's no need for me to be so distant. And yet, I ran away. Even though I could have made proper conversation, he could have understood my circumstances. And yet, I ended up running away as if I felt guilty about something. Hikaru. I escaped from it. Even though it was a chosen from Earth I finally met, even though he was a comrade who faced the same hardship as me, I ended up escaping that place while speaking practically nothing. I was scared. My heart was churning at the thought of speaking with a stranger, and most of all, the moment I was bathed by attention, I lost my sense of self. The moment those rude gazes of strangers began gathering at me, my vision flickered, and my head went completely blank. My heart rampaged, blood rushed my head. The tips of my limbs went numb, and just standing there was taking my all. It was impossible to speak properly there. Even so, if I had pushed myself to talk there, I am sure tears would have fallen before words came out. It must also be because I hadn't prepared myself mentally. It was sudden, and I barely managed to hide it. I hated bright places, and righteousness. I wasn't like this before coming to this world. I was more normal. I was, and yet. He should know that I am being suspected of killing my childhood friend. And yet, he spoke to me as if he didn't know about it. Did we meet by coincidence? Or maybe he was being notified of my every action, my location at all times, and came to check me out while pretending it was a coincidence? My imagination was running in bad directions. There's no way I can see the truth with just the degree of a conversation. I don't know anything. I don't know. But I am being hated, and all the chosen can become my enemies. That alone, I know. I am aware that I have become a pessimist. I don't know when I was warped in this manner. Was it at the time when I got out of the forest and read those horrible messages for the first time? Or maybe when I hid in the dungeon, scavenged for bodies, and sold them to the black market? Was it when I sold those spirit stones that were once humans, and bought sustenance with that money? Or was I always that kind of person? Anyways, everyone is laughing at this sight of me. They are all wishing for me to fail. When I was laughing weirdly. When I was awkwardly responding, waiting for me to die pathetically. Laughing, saying don't try talking as if you are on the same standing even though you are Hikaru. You are a small man that has been hiding in the darkness and living sneakily in the dungeon. An inferior being that's different from the others that are living a proper life, right? They would say while laughing mockingly. I understand it. They are all just delusions that I myself am just creating. And yet, voices were coming from the depths of my heart. You may cry as much as you want about how this truth is wrong. But that would be a lie. You can lie all you want. But don't you understand it yourself? And that's how I just freeze. I was enveloped by a pitch black something in the depths of my heart. And I ended up not being able to move at all. I lose my ability to speak. A demon lord is living in my heart. Ugh. Hikaru, I should have spoken more. Alex might have properly listened to me. He might have been able to explain to the viewers. Even if he knew about the incident, he might have believed me. He might have become my friend. Ahaha. You fufafu. No. My thinking in that way in itself might be my weakness. What if he believes me and the situation worsens? I don't even know about Alex either. He might have only looked like a nice guy because it was our first meeting. He is a chosen, so he must be strengthening himself with points too. He could snap me with his arms like a twig. With this meeting, countless messages about me will reach him, and his mind might change into seeking my death. Yeah. Hikaru, after tossing and turning on the bed for a whole hour, my mind steadily grew calmer. That's fine. Acting that way was fine. There's nothing but risks in chosen acquaintances. I was about to make the wrong choice from my desire for human interaction. I am not wrong. Ha ha ha. Kuzakuzakusu. I hear laughing from somewhere. Someone is laughing at my foolishness. It is fine. Laugh all you want. I am the fool. Kurose Hikaru. Chapter 40. Exclusive chosen bulletin board JPN, number 1000. Kurose Hikaru, 2189th. -21. Anonymous from Earth. Isn't Hikaru-kun shutting himself in at every single thing? Is he gonna be okay? -22. Anonymous from Earth. It seems his little sisters have also sent messages to him in worry, but the person himself isn't opening them. So, -23. Anonymous from Earth. Even though he can now fight monsters, he is still your regular high schooler mentally after all. -24. Anonymous from Earth. Rather than calling the dark spirit abilities strong, it is more like darkness fog is way too strong. By the time I think the monster has disappeared inside the darkness, Hikaru is already coming out from it with stone in hand. -25. Anonymous from Earth. It is so cool. It is close to being on an artistic level. -26. Anonymous from Earth. He is still keeping a pretty good margin of safety after all. Maybe because he is an older brother? He is super steady. -27. Anonymous from Earth. Are you all watching in real time? -28. Anonymous from Earth. Every now and then when there's developments, Celica and Karen would do real-time watch-alongs. At least try to properly follow the Twin Sis official channel. The highlight videos are super well made and interesting, but real-time has that spice of excitement that you don't know what might jump out. -29. Anonymous from Earth. Thanks. I will subscribe to them. -30. Anonymous from Earth. I don't know if I am a fan of Hikaru, a fan of Celica, or a fan of Karen anymore. I might be a fan of those siblings. -31. Anonymous from Earth. I am a fan of Karen. -32. Anonymous from Earth. The popularity of Karen seems to be higher on the internet. Celica is also hella cute though. But, how to say it? It is like her radiance is too much for the common people. She was an aura that a normal idol wouldn't even be able to stand up to at all if she were to show up on TV. It is rare to see this much of a difference despite them being twins and having the same face. -33. Anonymous from Earth. They have already become idols a long time ago. We are talking about the #1 most viewed channel, you know? -34. Anonymous from Earth. It is way too much of a shame that there's not that many microtransaction elements. To win, sis have far more money than any of us after all. -35. Anonymous from Earth. Celica has nice eyes. She has strong and kind eyes as if she could see through everything in this world. -36. Anonymous from Earth. Who in the world are you? -37. Anonymous from Earth. Don't sanctify them too much, okay? They are still 12 years old, you know. Even at the bathing part with Hikaru, they even said, we were taking baths together till right before he was transported, you know? -38. Anonymous from Earth. Were they serious there? They must have been. Well, they were elementary school students just 1 year ago. So it should be normal. I think. -39. Anonymous from Earth. I am gel, how immoral. But at the same time, I also feel like it is barely on the safe margin since they are 12 years old. -40. Anonymous from Earth. We don't know why the twins were taking baths with their brother though. In order to reduce bathing times? To have him wash their hair. -41. Anonymous from Earth. Did all three go in together? The house of Hikaru is a normal one, right? 3 people would be cramped. -42. Anonymous from Earth. It might be the strategy to stay real glued. -43. Anonymous from Earth. Well, they might just be saying that for fan service. -44. Anonymous from Earth. Talk about the little sisters is fine and all. But how about we talk about Alexander Foxconn? -45. Anonymous from Earth. The chance meeting with Alex, it lacked spice. -46. Anonymous from Earth. Rather than saying it lacked spice, it was more like he instantly ran off. -47. Anonymous from Earth. I laughed at the work of the steam, godlike. -48. Anonymous from Earth. The camera work was like that of hot spring programs. Well, they must be keeping it family-friendly in those areas. -49. Anonymous from Earth. The public bathhouse looked pretty nice. That city also seemed to have tasty food. Ain't that real nice? It even has a dungeon. -50. Anonymous from Earth. If Hikaru had spoken properly with Alex there, he could have learned about the guild and stuff like that. -51. Anonymous from Earth. He is selling all his stuff in the black market after all. That place only buys it at around half the regular price, right? -52. Anonymous from Earth. Well, he does buy everything, no questions asked. So it can't be helped. -53. Anonymous from Earth. Does Alex not have information about Hikaru? He was talking totally normally there. -54. Anonymous from Earth. Messages need you to have strong emotions in order to reach, so only the people that have feelings like I must tell Alex about Hikaru being a criminal will be reaching him. When checking the messages sent site, from the messages sent to Alex, only 82 are about Hikaru. By the way, the total messages that have reached Alex are 1,860. From the 82 messages related to Hikaru, 71 are about protecting Hikaru. Most of them are from Celica and Karen though. In other words, only 11 messages from the aunties of Hikaru have reached him. -55. Anonymous from Earth. So this is the representation of how strongly they wish to protect Hikaru. It makes me tear up. -56. Anonymous from Earth. 50-40. Celica and Karen must be sending a whole ton of messages here and there. -57. Anonymous from Earth. Right now the only clear way to cheer for them from Earth is the message system after all. -58. Anonymous from Earth. The viewer count is also a way though. Hikaru seems to want to reduce it though. So he is an exception. -59. Anonymous from Earth. Alex somewhat knew about Hikaru through the messages, but doesn't think of him as a criminal. Is that the current state of things? -60. Anonymous from Earth. It seems gibberish is also being sent in those messages, so the popular chosen normally just skim through the messages that are not from their friends and family. -61. Anonymous from Earth. Zhan-chan does seem like she reads them as if it were quite a pain in the ass. -62. Anonymous from Earth. Then, that means Alex isn't an enemy. Hikaru. Alex is an ally. -63. Anonymous from Earth. I want this voice to reach. -64. Anonymous from Earth. By the way, we don't know if Refri-sama is an ally or not. -65. Anonymous from Earth. The one Refri-sama is waiting for must be Hikaru, right? -66. Anonymous from Earth. Probably, but no assurance of it. -67. Anonymous from Earth. I thought she was a loaded girl, but seeing her waiting all the time alone, maybe she isn't that rich of a person. -68. Anonymous from Earth. She did seem to have servant-like people, so I think she is a noble of some sort though. -69. Anonymous from Earth. She might be the daughter of a merchant. Who knows? -70. Anonymous from Earth. She said she was a Templar apprentice. You need to have a certain degree of standing or you can't even take the test to become a Templar. And for people who don't have a certain degree of standing, they need to reach a certain rank as an explorer in order to take that test. That's why. Maybe she isn't that high in the social stratum. She wouldn't be diving a dungeon if she had a high standing, right? -71. Anonymous from Earth. She might be a prodigal noble lady that drags her servants to play in the dungeon. -72. Anonymous from Earth. That she is calling herself a Templar apprentice is proof that she isn't someone that's seeking the right by being an explorer. -73. Anonymous from Earth. So she really is prodigal. -74. Anonymous from Earth. You are forgetting the simple possibility that she is doing this to earn money. -75. Anonymous from Earth. If you don't want me to tell anyone, Refri-sama says to Hikaru as she makes a circle with her fingers. -76. Anonymous from Earth. Before that, she would tell him to sell all his belongings. -77. Anonymous from Earth. Refri-sama even rejected the handsome and pure Alex Kun. Maybe she is the honorable type, or -78. Anonymous from Earth. Would she wait every day just because she is honorable? She was there even after Alex's party had finished bathing and went to the dungeon, so she has at the very least been waiting the whole day for 2 days straight. -79. Anonymous from Earth. I honestly want to see the interactions of Refri-sama and Hikaru. -80. Anonymous from Earth. The little sisters. Or more like Celica, seem to be completely sure that she won't be giving him the light of the day. -81. Anonymous from Earth. They are blinded by love here, so it is a biased opinion. -82. Anonymous from Earth. More importantly, Hikaru has finally begun clearing the dungeon, so let's be happy about that. Dark spirit magic is super strong, but I can't tell at all what's happening inside the darkness. -83. Anonymous from Earth. I've sent a ticket to management. If they don't make any improvements to this, we can only see the way too tasty and chewy process of the monster getting swallowed by darkness and Hikaru alone coming out of this after a bit. -84. Anonymous from Earth. If it is tasty, ain't it fine? -85. Anonymous from Earth. You also want to see the moments he fights, right? -86. Anonymous from Earth. Overseas, it has gotten the alias of Shungokusatsu. Hikaru equals Akuma. -87. Anonymous from Earth. It is connected with darkness, so shouldn't it be darkness illusion? -88, Anonymous from Earth. Darkness fog is way too strong after all. Or more like, Hikaru being able to use spirit abilities in succession is way too wicked. -89, Anonymous from Earth. The affection of spirits, right? It apparently required 30 points, so the gamble aspect was way too high. -90, Anonymous from Earth. But a number of chosen have already been eaten by great spirits and died, you know. -91, Anonymous from Earth. If you want to make a contract for a spirit ability, you get eaten. It is the biggest landmine of the century. It is great that Hikaru got the spirit ability with points. I don't know if to call it lucky though. -92, Anonymous from Earth. They are called loved ones by the natives, right? That skill apparently shows up rarely in natives too. -93, Anonymous from Earth. The people who have a constitution that make them loved by spirits are called loved ones. The ones with a constitution that's hated by spirits are called hated ones. -94, Anonymous from Earth. So literal. -95, Anonymous from Earth. Would the midwife tell the people this child is a hated one when the baby is born? -96, Anonymous from Earth. I would really hate that. -97, Anonymous from Earth. The predation of great spirits was way too shocking. It was gory, as if watching a video of a person dying in an electric chair. -98, Anonymous from Earth. There's a number of chosen who have been captured by the church as guests after all those loved ones basically confined. -99, Anonymous from Earth. Why does the church imprison loved ones? Has there been a proper explanation about this somewhere? -100, Anonymous from Earth. The loved ones are apparently apostles loved by the gods, or something like that. -101, Anonymous from Earth. Maybe they are protecting them so they don't get eaten by great spirits. -102, Anonymous from Earth. I don't know, but they have almost no freedom and it is pitiful, you know. -103, Anonymous from Earth. There's theories saying only a few loved ones have freedom. -104, Anonymous from Earth. Why can Hikaru use spirit abilities consecutively? The natives seriously can only use them a few times a day. It is such a difference, it makes me wonder if they are playing a different game. -105, Anonymous from Earth. As we have said already, it is because of the effect of affection of spirits. Probably. -106, Anonymous from Earth. Since the encounter with the great dark spirit where he was about to be predated, it has been settled that Hikaru is a loved one. If it were the other spirit ability talents, you wouldn't be eaten. -107, Anonymous from Earth. He can easily use 10 times the spirit abilities than the average after all. -108, Anonymous from Earth. Moreover, it is a proficiency system, so the gap keeps widening. Right now he is the only chosen who has been enlightened with the 8th spirit ability after all. -109, Anonymous from Earth. There's so much to digest here. I feel like I am gonna forget a lot of it, but it has just begun. There should be more to come. -110, Anonymous from Earth. This has been the densest month I have had in my life. I was right in quitting my job. -111, Anonymous from Earth. How are you even managing? -112, Anonymous from Earth. I will win at total stakes. -113, Anonymous from Earth. Now that I think about it, has someone bet on Hikaru on the total stakes? -114, Anonymous from Earth. I have bet on who is the next chosen who will have sex? On Alex. -115, Anonymous from Earth. The nickname of Alex lately has been Skirt-Chasing Bastard. He was rejected by Refrius Armor though. -116, Anonymous from Earth. You didn't bet on Hikaru? -117, Anonymous from Earth. If there were a who will be the one to stay a virgin till the end? Then yeah, I might have voted for Hikaru. -118, Anonymous from Earth. So horrible. -119. Anonymous from Earth. Was Hikaru Kyan reflecting by himself after the bath? -120. Anonymous from Earth. Most likely. This is just me talking from experience, but you definitely wouldn't want to be seen when reflecting on your own. -121. Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru was super flustered in the bathhouse after all. -122. Anonymous from Earth. Even though he can shoot that many spirit abilities, his mental strength is really that of a teenager. -123. Anonymous from Earth. Must be because his physical strength is trash. He should get some confidence once he gets some muscles. -124. Anonymous from Earth. Hikaru has quite a lot of points, so he should be using them sometime. Don't know what he will be using them on though. Thinking about it normally, he should be putting them in increasing his physical strength. -125. Anonymous from Earth. There's also the option of going full in on a spirit ability build. -126. Anonymous from Earth. Even if that's the case, you would still need a bare minimum of physical strength. -127. Anonymous from Earth. If he defeats monsters at this rhythm, won't he be leveling up? Monstrosification, was it? -128. Anonymous from Earth. Even if he becomes a monstrosity, with his base stats being like that, he wouldn't be that big of a deal, right? -129. Anonymous from Earth. Whichever the case, there's the need for some foundation. -130. Anonymous from Earth. Also a weapon. The treasure he got the other day was nice. -131. Anonymous from Earth. I saved a screenshot of Hikaru Kyan's face at that time. -132. Anonymous from Earth. Karen was saying the same thing. She even uploaded the image to Twitter. -133. Anonymous from Earth. It is rare for him to leak a smile after all. -134. Anonymous from Earth. I am not talking about the damn smile of Hikaru. I meant the gauntlet. -135. Anonymous from Earth. I know it is nice and all, but it is pretty plain, honestly speaking. -136. Anonymous from Earth. It really is all about a weapon. A weapon. I want him to graduate from that cheap dagger. -137. Anonymous from Earth. Won't it be difficult for Hikaru, who is completely dry from just maintaining his livelihood? -138. Anonymous from Earth. Isn't it because he is monopolizing an in-room? He should learn of the communication power of Alex, who is sharing a room with his party members. -139. Anonymous from Earth. Pointing that out is so cruel. -140. Anonymous from Earth. Well, he is 15 years old after all. -141. Anonymous from Earth. Alex is the same age though. -142. Anonymous from Earth. Zhan Chan too. -143. Anonymous from Earth. Stop using those for comparisons. Chapter 41, Rip-Off Store and Reunion at Dusk. When it was close to evening, I left the inn. Before I go to the dungeon, I will be selling the spirit stones. My meeting with Alex was a mistake. Even though I am the chosen that should take the most care, I entered the bathhouse carelessly, so that ended up happening. I fortunately came out alive. I should think of it that way. If I want to take it up a notch, I should switch lodgings at irregular intervals. But that would be overthinking. There's no real merit for the chosen to listen to the messages and kill me. However, there's humans who take action even when the merits are unknown. Just like the idiot that killed Nanami, her family, and me. I do need to be careful. While I was thinking that, I crossed the back alley at dusk and arrived at the black market. The black market old man buys everything without poking his head into it. No matter how I live in this world, what I need in this world the most right now is money. These are second floor stones. There's quite a lot. Were you accumulating them? I lined up the spirit stones on the counter, and the old man raised an eyebrow. It is around 40 in total. More than half of them are transparent, but there's also color ones. Something like that. Hikaru, I see. An unsociable brat as always. The old man said this as he placed 4 silver coins and 7 small silver coins in the small plate on the counter. You are a great customer, so I have added a little extra. Thanks. Hikaru, 4 silver coins are around 32 small silver coins. I don't know what the conversion rate to yens would be, but it is at least enough to stay for more than half a month in that cheap inn. This is a pretty nice earning for a single day of monster hunting. It is a job that explorers risk their life in, so the pay must be proportional to the risks. I came out from the back alley and into the main street, and entered a store aimed for explorers. A big store that has weapons, armor, and tools that explorers use were placed around. My dagger and clothes were bought here. I think the lineup is good, but it is not a specialized store, so the quality is only average. I can't buy the quality stuff anyways, so the products in this store should be plenty enough for a newbie. I want a spear, Hikaru. A dagger is convenient and all, but with my fighting style, I feel like I would be able to fight more safely if I were to stab the enemy from afar. The range of darkness fog is pretty wide, so there's no need to take the risky choice of approaching the enemy in dagger range. Well, I have never used a spear, so I only have an image about it, but I won't be able to know for sure without buying it and trying it out. So expensive. Spears cost this much? Hikaru, even though it is basically like a dagger being glued to the tip of a wood stick, it costs as much as 12 silver coins. It isn't impossible to buy it, but if I were to be asked if the necessity merits the price, I wouldn't be able to say. Now that I look at the actual product, a spear isn't giving me that much confidence. If this is the competition, a dagger is fine. Hikaru, daggers have their own pros. One of them is that you can swing or stab too. There will be a variety of situations where I can attack, so being able to adapt depending on the situation is important. Also, in the second floor, there's a lot of battles that happen in cramped places. A dagger wouldn't be inhibited by this. And, most of all, the fact that I can protect myself with it if need be. A spear is a wooden stick. If I were to use it for defense, I am sure it would break pretty quick. A broken spear would degrade into less than a knife. The priority for buying a spear is low. What about armor, Hikaru? I don't have any armor aside from the gauntlet that came out from the gem orb. The boots I bought with points when I was transferred here are still fine and kicking, but that's all they are. No matter how hidden in the darkness I am, they would be paper against an unexpected attack. Having armor would be better. Even leather armor is at this price. Hikaru. Chest armor made of tanned black tea leather is going for 15 silver coins. Even a leather breastplate is 10 silver coins. A chain mail is 35 silver coins. An iron breastplate is 42 silver coins. This might be a rip-off store, but at any rate, they are all at prices I can't buy. When it comes to proper armor like steel, they would need gold. I don't know the rate of gold, but I heard from the black market old man that it is around 50 silver coins. I don't know the difference in the worth of gold and silver, but at any rate, money is important. That's what it must mean. There's strangely a lot of neck protectors being sold. Hikaru, even within the armor types, this protective armor that goes from the shoulder to the neck has a corner expressly made for it. The price depends on the material. But are there many monsters who aim for the neck? There's a lot made of leather, but there's also a lot made of iron. Whichever the case, it is not a price I can afford. For the tools, there's canteens, torches, fire-starting tools, and stuff like that. Also, there's smoke bombs that are most likely used to run away, stink bags, dried meat. No, dried meat is simply preserved food. I was looking at the lined-up products and ended up thinking, I wanted a backpack when I was walking through the forest. Now that I have the shadow bag, I don't really need it that much, but it might be better to have one for camouflage. Interesting, Hikaru. Maybe because I have gotten a bit used to this world compared to the last time I came here. It is fun checking out the stores selling miscellaneous items. Comparing it to the products sold in Japan, the miscellaneous items aren't made that well and it doesn't make me want to buy them. But leaving that aside, the things lined up here I haven't seen before were stimulating my curiosity. There's some leeway in my heart, most likely because the viewers have decreased. Alex, who is a chosen like me, is in the same city, so I do need to be careful, but as long as we are not expressly looking for each other, I shouldn't be encountering him that often. In the end, I bought a change of black clothes. I would like underwear too, but there's issues with the quality, so it would be better to buy them with crystals. The cheap ones in this world are tied up by strings for use, so it is honestly not practical. Found you. When I left the store, I heard a clear voice like that of a bell. I looked at the direction where that voice came from, and there it was. Rafria died in the red of the evening sun running my way. With a flushed face and her waving platinum blonde hair shining with the light, she came running here with a soft smile. It caught me completely off guard. I couldn't run away, and ended up standing in the middle of this crowded place, dazed. What a relief. You weren't showing up the whole time in the dungeon entrance, so I was worried I wouldn't be able to see you anymore. Rafria walks over to me with her breathing a bit ragged. I did think for a moment that maybe she was waiting for me in front of the dungeon, but to think that really was the case. Her beauty raised her voice loudly and ran to a man. That event has made the gazes of almost all the people around gather on me. That made me feel more uncomfortable than the woman in front of me. I could feel my feet were growing colder. Cold sweat ran down my back and I decided to run away. However, I can't go activating my dark spirit abilities here, so I ignored Rafria and ran to a back alley. It is a shameless act, but right now I want to prioritize protecting my own heart. I don't think that noble-looking Rafria is acquainted with back alleys. I have the confidence of losing her here. Now that I have come this far, Hikaru, done. I was surprised and looked back, and there she was, Rafria standing there with a completely fine look. Even though I was running left and right in these complicated back alleys, I couldn't run away from her at all. Despite my looks, I am pretty high-end here. I finally found you, so I won't be letting you escape, you know? Rafria, damn it. Shadowbind. Hikaru, even if it is a back alley, there's still the eye of people. I have finally reached the point of being able to fight monsters, and my viewers have also decreased. Finally I have begun to walk. I don't want that to crumble. The spirits sympathized with my words, and the tentacles coming out from the shadows tied her up. She raised a faint scream, but I used that opening to use darkness fog and run. The bind only lasts for a few seconds, but it is enough to scamper. I ran in the back alley with my all, and this time around, succeeded in escaping from her. With this, she should give up. Chapter 4-2. Rafria again and confession. Hard to think she would be searching for me. What should I do now? Hikaru. I returned to the inn and groaned. I don't know what her objective is, but there's no way it is something decent. Is she trying to report me for being a dark spirit user? Or maybe she wants to convert me into the light religion? I could think of an infinite amount of possible bad things. There really might be the need for me to leave this city. Even so, I can't do much with the money I have in hand. I have a map, so moving itself is possible, but I am finally at a stage where I might be able to earn a living from the dungeon. I don't want to let it go so easily. In the end, that day, I entered the dungeon at a time that could be said it is late in the night, and hunted goblins and orcs a bit, before it grew bright outside. I left the dungeon. I repeated those kinds of days for several days. Rafria wasn't at the entrance of the dungeon late at night. I don't know if she is still searching for me. I went as far as using abilities in the city. She probably understood that I am actively avoiding her. When I accumulated a good amount of spirit stones, I would go to the black market to sell them. Whether it is to leave the city or not, I can't do anything without money. I have finally found you. I entered the darkness fog right in front of the black market, and was about to enter the store when someone grabbed my arm. It seems like this platinum blonde hair beauty that's out of place in this back alley was hiding in the shadow of something. It is Rafria. Why are you here? Hikaru, HMPH. This is about the only place that buys spirit stones illegally after all. I assumed it would be this place since I didn't find you as a registered explorer. Rafria, were you waiting here this whole time? Hikaru, yeah. I tried waiting for you in front of the dungeon, but you weren't showing up. Well, this place was also a blind shot though. Rafria. I looked at the old man inside the store, and he shrugged his shoulders deliberately. This is not the type of store that would protect the information of their customers. He must have spilled out everything with a silver coin. There aren't that many black-haired black-eyed people, moreover, one that wears all black. I finally found you, so please don't run away this time, okay? Rafria, I failed to react in time because of the shock and Rafria held my arm tightly. Her slender fingers were digging into my arm, and I could feel her strong resolve from that strength. That's impossible to imagine from her appearance. Honestly, I was beyond dumbfounded. I have barely left a trail in this city. I have been getting all of my meals in food carts. It is a lifestyle where I have been coming and going to the dungeon and the inn, and yet, she managed to find me. I don't know if to call her tenacious. It must mean that's just how much merit there is to find me. I could feel abnormal strength from the hand Rafria is grabbing me with. If she wanted to, she could crush my arm just like that. If I want to get away, I would have to bring out the night bugs, summon the mantis undead, or bring out a barrier stone. What do you intend to do with me? Hikaru. Does she intend to throw me somewhere since I'm a dark spirit user? Just now, she said registered explorers. I am an unlicensed explorer. She might be getting a reward from capturing me. I don't want to be thrown into a prison or die in a place like this. Depending on your answer, I will be resisting with everything I've got. Hikaru, I have the mantis spirit stone in the shadow bag. If I summon an undead here, the city will be getting chaotic, but I am sure I will be able to run away. The summoned undead obeys my orders, so if I only order it to hold Rafria back, it won't be taking the life of anyone. I will be left with no choice but to leave the city though. Whichever the case, I won't be able to stay in this city anymore. But what she said surpassed anything I imagined. Eh? What? You ask? Nothing, really. I simply wanted to thank you for saving my life, you know? Rafria, she said straight. Isn't she going to be throwing me to a government facility or something? No, she might stab me in the back when I drop my guard. No matter how beautiful a person is, she is a stranger. I must not lower my guard. No need to. Let go. Hikaru, I won't. You would run away. Rafria, as I am saying, there's no need to thank me. Conversation over. Hikaru, even if it is fine with you, it is not for me. Just give me a bit of your time, okay? Rafria smiles. What's with this girl? She isn't listening at all. Now that I think about it, she is the person that cleared out my darkness with a light spirit ability. But continuing this cat and mouse would be a bad move. There's the eyes of people even in a back alley. No, it is because it is in a back alley that there's people who watch and sneer from their window, and people passing by who watch intently. Rafria herself isn't taking her eyes off me either. I don't know when those laughs and those gazes will be appearing, and cold sweat ran down my back. Just give it a break already. I told you I don't need your thanks. What's your objective? Your life has been saved. Isn't it fine with just that? Hikaru. I pushed her to the wall with my grabbed arm. Her saying she wants to thank me must be an excuse. I won't go as far as saying she is lying. but it is giving me a really bad feeling. Or maybe this is the way this world gives their thanks. I can't tell that far since I lack the common sense of this world, but even if that's the case, I had no intentions of getting involved with her. Rafria had a bright red face and was trembling as she was pushed onto the wall, and was muttering something in a low voice. Maybe she didn't expect me to fight back. Even though she should be far stronger than me, she isn't resisting and is staying like that. She is red all the way to her ears, so she might just burst and suddenly go into a frenzy. I placed strength into my arm. With you, Rafria, she once again said something in a low voice. She was trembling a lot here, and I felt something ghastly was about to happen. This might be bad. While I was thinking about how to get away, Rafria raised her head slowly, and said with a resolute expression, "I have fallen in love with you, that's why." "Rafria, eh?" "Hikaru," she said with damp eyes. I didn't understand what she was saying at first. Love? Did she say love just now? Chapter 043-044, pulled by the hand and sharing. Thanking you was not really an excuse, but I thought that I would be able to meet you again if I had a reason. Rafria, what are you saying? Hikaru, Rafria, call me that please. Rafria, she goes and laughs as if she were embarrassed. It was as if she could only see me. The black market old man was looking at me with a grin on his face, as if it were an amusing watch. Wait, let's change locations. Hikaru, Anne. Rafria, don't let out a weird voice. Hikaru, I pulled her arm forcefully and moved to an unpopulated location. I didn't expect a beautiful person like this would fall so easily in love. Or is she making fun of me here? No. I find it hard to believe that this is an act. And so the reason why you were chasing me around was because you fell in love with me? Hikaru, I wanted to meet you no matter what. I myself understand that I am being weird here, but I couldn't stop myself. Rafria, the sight of her stealing glances at me was really like that of a girl in love, and my heart was shaken. If I were asked whether I am happy or not about being loved, I would say I am happy. I have never been loved by someone as beautiful as this. No. I have never had a person of the opposite sex fall in love with me. It would be a lie to say I am not happy. I was disgusted by that simple-minded side of me. But I have no intentions of accepting her. I don't know why you are so interested in me, but I am like the mold sticking to this dungeon city. It is true that I saved you there at that time, but that was just on the spur of the moment. You shouldn't make a strange misunderstanding just because of that. Also, you are a way too dazzling person for me. Hikaru, we are polar opposites in every sense of the word, so just like how I view her with admiration, she might have begun to take interest in me as someone that's so different from her. But there's no doubt that's just an illusion of the moment. Her brain is misrepresenting things temporarily because I saved her. It is not a misunderstanding. This is the first time I have felt like this. Also, I have to leave this city already, so I simply wanted to give you my thanks at the end, at the very least. Rafria, really? Hikaru, yes. Rafria, I was jumping to conclusions here. She probably was thinking about thanking me without having to tell me about her feelings. I was the one who was stubborn here and made her speak it out. This is not a romance manga, so it is not like it will always be a development where you have to go out with them if you fall in love. I just ended up imagining that. I am instead embarrassed at myself. Got it? Then, I just have to accept that reward for your gratitude, right? Hikaru, are you going to receive it? Rafria, yeah. I was being strangely stubborn here too. I am sorry. Hikaru, then, first let's go eat. Do you have anything you don't like? Rafria, eat? Hikaru, it was an unexpected invitation. She was talking about thanking me, so I thought she would be giving me something, but it looks like that isn't the case. If it is just a meal, then it should be done with soon. It is already evening. We shouldn't be standing out with this much darkness. Also, denying her feelings more than this would pain my heart. I may have my circumstances, but it is also true that she has been waiting the whole time in front of the dungeon and in the black market. I don't know much about the common sense of this world. There might be a custom that you must return a debt of gratitude no matter what. Rafria has been postponing her leaving the city because of this, so her plans must have been delayed because of my stubbornness. I suddenly think about the viewers. However, no matter how beautiful Rafria is, there's no way viewers will increase just because we had a meal together. Even if it increases slightly, thinking about it as a temporary increase will make me feel more at ease. If you don't have anything you hate, please leave it to me. I know a great place. Rafria. She pushed her chest out proudly and pulled my hand cheerfully. I walk as if being dragged by this. I was watching that platinum blonde hair of hers, which I have only seen in TV or photos before, diagonally behind her. I have black hair, cheap black clothes, dirty boots. And I am not that tall. We were completely mismatched. We looked like a princess and her servant, Hikaru. She had such transcendental beauty it made me think that way. No. It might be compounded even more because I am Japanese. How many men are there that wouldn't feel a sense of inferiority when by the side of someone like her that's like a main character in the fantasy game? There's no way I would feel a sense of superiority by walking by the side of a beauty. The only thing I felt was discomfort. She said she loved me. Is that really true, Hikaru? I faintly thought that while watching the waving hair of Rafria. As someone whose years without a girlfriend are equal to how old I am, this really is a shocking revelation. This situation feels as unrealistic as coming to a parallel world. Leaving aside the situation, she is saying she will be leaving the city. In that case, this connection with her will only last for today. The establishment Rafria brought me to wasn't a fancy restaurant but a normal one. A building made of stone, rustic wooden tables. A snuggly diner that feels as if it were run by only a husband and wife. Rafria, who I thought was some sort of princess, was bringing me to an establishment, so I thought she would be bringing me to a fancy restaurant. I am honestly relieved by this. Please sit there. Don't go running away anymore, okay? Rafria, I won't be running away after coming this far. Hikaru. Rafria finally released my hand. I rub my hand that still has her warmth remaining and take a seat. Rafria begins ordering a lot of things in a familiar manner from the lady that came to take our orders. Now that I think about it, this is my first time entering an eatery. Hikaru, I ate only fruits in the forest, and I have been dealing with all my food necessities from food carts. The inn doesn't provide meals. But I didn't have the courage to enter a diner in a parallel world on my own. The inside of the store was only illuminated by the light of candles, so it was pretty dark, and the customers were looking at me and Rafria. No, mostly at Rafria, and then they would look at me. But I could take those kinds of gazes. After a while, the drinks were brought over. I didn't really tell her what I liked, but it looks like she ordered for me regardless. Well, I did tell her I would leave it to her, and this must be how it works in this world. Now then, once again, thanks for saving me. Cheers. Rafria, cheers. Hikaru, I clink glasses awkwardly with her, and drink what looks like orange juice. Hikaru. Chapter 044, Toast and the Daughter. The night sour and sweet, and more importantly, a distinctive scent. Is this alcohol? Hikaru, eh? Was that not good? The one here is tasty, right? Rafria, yeah, it is. But yeah. Hikaru, no, it is not like I am going to refuse an alcoholic drink at this point in time, but, is it okay? Now that I am in this world, I guess I should be following the rules here. I try taking one more sip. It is sweet and easy to drink. I don't think it is that strong of a drink. In the first place, I haven't drunk any before, so I can't really tell. Last time, I didn't get to ask your name properly. Can you please tell me your name? Rafria, Hikaru. Kurose Hikaru. Hikaru, eh? Would it have been better to not tell her my name? No, it should be fine to tell her that much. Hikaru. It is a good name. Rufria. Really? It is a girly name, so I don't really like it that much. Hikaru. My physique isn't that good to begin with and I am slender, so I didn't like that my name was girlish. Well, it is better than getting named after cars like my little sisters though. I am from Silshan. Maybe it would be better to say the Great Light Church. Rufria. I don't know about it at all, but it is most likely a place where they worship the Great Light Spirit. I see, that's why you use Light Spirit abilities. Hikaru. That's right. I'll have you know, despite my looks, I am a Templar apprentice. Rufria. She pushed her chest out proudly and went HM, but I don't know if that's impressive or not. You are an apprentice despite being that strong? Hikaru. Yeah, you need to be good with spirit abilities or in the Templar exam you will just. Rufria. They are knights protecting the Great Light Church, so maybe it is compulsory for everyone to be able to use light spirit abilities. In that case, I might be able to become a Dark Templar. No. If it is darkness, it won't be a church, so maybe a Dark Knight. Fufu. Wait, why are you laughing? It is true that I am a bit old to still be an apprentice, and it is true that if I don't pass the Templar exam, I won't have a future. Rufria. Sorry. I wasn't really laughing at you. I was thinking about something else. Hikaru. My head is feeling nice and light. The things about Earth, the gazes, the laughs, I wasn't bothered by any of those. Is it because I am together with a person that's like the personification of light? Is it because someone like that has told me she likes me? After a while, the dishes were brought over. Meat, vegetables, bread, all on big plates. All of them seemed as if they had been in an oven, and the fragrant smell was stimulating my appetite. What an impressive amount. It does look tasty though. Hikaru. Don't you eat quite a lot too, Hikaru? Your tier is high, right? Rufria. What's a tier? Hikaru. Why don't you know? You are one big mystery, Hikaru. Even though just being a dark spirit user is already rare. Rufria. According to what she said while I was munching on the vegetables and the meat, tier is the degree of the strengthening you have gotten from defeating the monsters and taking in their spirit energy. Something like levels, then? In that case, I am really low. I have almost no experience defeating monsters. Hikaru. I don't know what's this level you mention, but it is a lie that you have a low tier. You killed that mantis in an instant. I was moved by that, you know? Rufria. That's because you weakened it. I was also lucky. Hikaru. You can't beat a mantis with luck. It is far stronger than an ogre, you know? It is a monster that would normally show up in the 4th floor. Rufria. Then, I had a good affinity against it. Hikaru. As expected from recommended dishes, they were all good. The fruity sweet and sour sauce and that meat of something was juicy. The vegetables were flavorful too. I have only been eating cheap skewers, meat bun looking food, and stuff like that, so this feels really tasty. My little sister said the parallel world doesn't have selective bred food, so there's no doubt it is full of bad-tasting food exempting marine products, but it looks like that wasn't the case. It has been a while since I have been able to eat something this proper. Hikaru. Really? This isn't that expensive of a place, you know? Rufria. It is in part because I didn't have the money. But I was alone. I see, eating with someone else. I haven't done that since coming here. Hikaru. Having a meal with someone. That was a given when I was in Japan. My little sisters were always arguing about difficult topics and were noisy. My mum and dad weren't home often, but there were times when Nanami would come to our house to eat with us. My meals have always been alone since coming here, not a single person to have casual talks with either. The gazes from Earth were filled with animosity, and I am always being laughed at. Rufria, who is sitting opposite of me and his slightly flushed cheeks most likely because of the alcohol, smiled gently and tilted her head. That gaze of hers which I can't feel a single shred of animosity, and instead felt deep affection. Wait, Hikaru? Why are you crying? Refria, crying? Sorry. That's true. Haha. I wonder why. Hikaru, I had unknowingly begun crying. Crying in this way in front of a person I barely know. I feel pathetic, but the tears were already flowing. And they weren't listening to me. Sorry. It really has been a while since I have eaten with someone. The food was also tasty. I think I was really happy that you invited me. It is weird coming from me who wanted to run away at first though. Hikaru, yeah, I don't really mind that. I am the one who was saved after all. I am happy to see that this much has brought you that much happiness. Refria, at first, I thought reward wasn't needed, but thanks. I am happy. Hikaru. A smile spilled out from my face. I felt at ease like the time when I was in Japan. Haha. That's great to hear. This place is a bit hot, isn't it? Refria fans her face with her hands. It really is a bit hot. Is it because I drank alcohol? After that, we continued talking while we ate. The drinks were good, and I ended up having a few more glasses. It is a time that really made me feel as if I am back to being a human. By the time we left the establishment, the curtains of the night had already fallen, and the people around had grown sparse. I would usually be in the dungeon around this time, but I was feeling fluffy and nice. Looks like I am drunk. I see, I kinda get why adults like to drink alcohol. It lets me forget about the bad things and have fun. Well then, Refria, I doubt we will be seeing each other again, but I was truly happy today. A Templar, was it? Do your best in the exams. Hikaru. I gave my farewells to Refria and began walking. I don't think I will be able to have a meal with a beauty like that ever again. She said she loved someone like me. Even if I saved her on the spur of the moment, once we go our separate ways here, I will still remember this forever. My days of diving into the dark dungeon will begin again tomorrow, but I made a good memory here. Wait, Hikaru. I still haven't finished thanking you. Or more like, it begins from here. From here on? Refria, she pulled my hand and I was about to fall forward. When I looked back, I saw that she was smiling awkwardly, all tipsy as if she were drunk, but also as if she were forcing herself from being nervous. She seems to be pretty drunk. She was red all the way to her ears. I have received plenty enough. I can't receive any more. Hikaru, no. The family precept of my Ashbird household is always repay a favor. There's no way a meal alone will be enough to repay you for having saved my life. Refria, even if you tell me that. Hikaru. While we were talking about this, she was still forcefully pulling my hand, and was trying to bring me somewhere. For a second there, the thought about her lowering my guard with a meal and then handing me to the authorities crossed my mind. But I felt like I didn't mind whatever happened here with her. However, the place she brought me to was a place beyond my expectations.